Wait. I know what you're going to say. I'm not a man and I don't have a beard, but he does. And so does he. And we are going to help you grow, enhance, and groom your beard and hair. So even if you're not a man, yet you know one, we have something for you. Now, we all know someone or we ourselves may want to grow our beard from our facial hair. We may want to grow our hair on our scalp, but we don't know how. We've been struggling. I have 3 points for you that's going to help you grow your beard, and not just grow it, but hydrate it, allow it to come in healthy and shiny, and be able to groom it properly without all the flaking and the itchiness that sometimes comes with grooming the beard. Okay, number 1, be patient and consistent. Now, growing your beard is going to take time. It's going to take at least 4 to 6 weeks for your stubble to start coming in. And I'm touching this, y'all, but you know, I'm not trying to grow my beard. I'm trying to help you grow yours. In those 4 to 6 weeks, you may notice a little itching, a little irritation, a little discomfort. All of those things are normal. Just don't give up and commit to the process. Okay, so number 2, resist the urge to trim and shape your beard for the first 4 to 6 weeks. Just let it grow. We all have different growth rates for our hair and for our beards, even our mustache. This is controlled by genetics and also our internal health. So just let it grow. Number 3, don't hesitate to start now using products. Yes, there are products that will help cleanse, hydrate, and groom your beard. When you start now developing an early regimen, this will get you in the routine of skin and hair care, because healthy beards don't just start from the hair coming in, it starts from your skin. So we have the products for you. We have a 4-piece system where we will cleanse, moisturize with the hydrating lotion. Then you will be able to use the balm for styling, softness, and shine. And then you're going to lock in all that beautiful humectants and moisturization with our oil for your beard, hair, and body.
Just gotta take a moment to see. Oh, my beard looking so good. Man. Make sure y'all click that link.
So Lapeef and Sugar Crows have teamed up to bring an awesome line to you all. We have been working on this to make it just right for you and your loved ones. So please, if you love this video, please like, comment, and subscribe. If you love these 3 facts. Okay, so and what if, like, after I said all of that, you still don't know where to start? We do offer 30-minute consultations where we will walk you through from an internal and topical standpoint of how you can enhance, grow, and groom your beard as well as your hair. Please tune in to our next video. We're going to give you more value, more information, and don't forget to purchase our products online at assuredmannaturals.com. There you can get 15% off when you use code Lapeef15, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hey y'all. I think we lost one. Happy Friday, everybody. We're going to introduce our guest today. Oh, I ain't got my glasses on. Damn. Mistaken, Enos, Marky Mark. We have Miss Polly and AP. My name is Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique. Oh, y'all. Wake up. It's Friday night.
Go ahead. Where's all that energy?
Bubbling. I don't know where it just went to.
Where's all that energy, boo?
I mean, y'all was just crunk as hell before the show started. I guess I'm saying. I guess y'all was mesmerized by the whole the whole commercial. If I was like,
ready to set it off.
How's everybody doing today?
Good.
What happened to HD? Did he fall off? Did he ever come?
He responded. He said he was running. He was going to be running late, but yeah.
He should be pulling up any second. Just about the time he said he would get here, right?
So
You know what? Tonight's conversation is, why are we beautiful brown people? Because I won't even just say it's black. It's black, brown, everything that ain't white. So easily manipulated. Which will be the last conversation. It was a video that came up that I found to be very interesting. And I always had the same question. Like I had the same, and you'll see it when we get to it. We're going to save that to the end. We're going to have a few videos before then. They probably won't all connect, but we're going to save that video for the end because I think that's a good discussion. Okay. So the all makes sense. Okay. Y'all ready for the first video? Because the first one has to do with a video, which we were talking about behind the stage, but you guys can just bring that conversation on back with this video. Find out what JR put. I guess I should have done it before the show. Hey, you guys. Y'all had to get my glasses. Somebody put in the comments, she need to put that stuff together before. Listen, let me just tell y'all something about Shantae, okay? Shantae be working all week. On Friday night, this is just an unwind, candid moment. We're just having a great conversation. It's Friday night. So I want you guys just to relax, get you a drink. If you're uptight right now, go grab you some tequila. Take a shot, 2 or 3, and get right for tonight.
Right.
Okay.
You gonna wear your glasses ever?
I be forgetting to put them on.
You too blind.
I got 3 pair, right? Because I was like, if I misplaced one, I got 2 more. Child, them glasses be everywhere around the house. Just, I can't get used to I do need to get contacts though. Maybe that's what the solution is, you know? I don't know. So we're gonna pray. Let's cross our fingers, y'all, that this is the video, since I can't see. If we all do this together, it's gonna be the video. Okay.
I say, brothers, you
Hey, the video. I don't see. JR, did you upload it? Let's see. Okay, so we'll talk about this one first then. Okay, just to make sure.
I say, brothers, you should do 100. They say, no, I'm gonna do 50, but I'm still 100% a provider. How is that possible? A man is 100% provider. When he's unable to provide 100%, the woman picks up the slack.
Correct.
Now, the woman is not just picking up his slack, but doing hers. So she's picking up the slack of a man. That's 50%, right? Providing the woman. 50% nurturing. So she's 50% provider, 50% nurturer. Who picks up the slack of the woman? The child. Now, the child is 50% a child and 50% a nurturer. Now, the child is nurturing the siblings. Man, 50%. Woman, 100%. Child, 100%. So a man that's going 50% with his woman, it's like a man's not even there. Because if that man left, the woman would still be 50% provider, 50% nurturer. The child would still be 50% child, 50% nurturer. The man is the only one comfortable in that equation. And that's why he says, no, Yada, don't tell him the truth because I'm comfortable.
Sorry, y'all.
Can you go back to the little end part so I can read what popped up after that?
Everything he said, it was said. It's the same thing. It's just a glimpse of it's just a summary that somebody typed out. So how do you guys feel about that? That just made me
one part in the part that that was the word Marcus, was that it was saying if you do need help 50-50 on a like financial end, it was saying make sure that you're giving 100 on the other in the other aspects of like helping in the house, the emotional and that part.
They added that. That wasn't part of his message, huh?
Say what?
They added that extra stuff. That wasn't part of Buddy's message, right?
No, that's not what he said initially.
Yeah,
no.
that really wasn't what
But
he
in
said.
the written part, that is kind of what it said.
Well, first off, I wouldn't trust anybody who have that many 50%, because the math ain't math, and this must be that Twitter math that everybody be talking about. There's no way you can have 50% from the family, from the kid, 50% from the wife, then another 50% from the man, then another 50% from the dog, then 35% from Esther down the
That
street.
dog got to do some work too. Let's just be clear.
Yeah.
They provide companionship because you ain't got
50% of the companionship.
Listen, somebody gotta be smiling in this house when I come home. You
That's
understand?
the number one reason for divorce now, right?
Look, dude get it cooked, and I want to like him, but the problem is overcompensation. That's all. It's overcompensation. He like 5'4", so he trying to even out the odds.
Is he 5'4"
something.
for real?
Yeah, he's trying to even the odds out for things that only he can do.
From somebody tall.
You say what?
I said you call somebody short coming from somebody tall.
Look, I'd rather take a shorty
a little skewed.
that ain't gonna stress me out.
He run a game because he like shit. I'm missing out on the women I want, so let me figure out how I could make it so I can get the women I want. I know I got an idea. I got a mansion. They ain't got no mansion. I'm gonna use this mansion as a.
He's married.
I'm just saying. I don't know if he's married. Yeah, he is married. But he is doing that though. He's doing that to tap into the lane that he tried to tap into.
Well,
Dude,
he's the same guy that I remember we were playing that other video, and that guy who didn't have a whole lot of money, and he was getting on
talking
him.
To him.
Right.
They told him he wasn't a man.
Yeah.
He lucky dude didn't stand up and get mad. He lucky that was his homeboy.
I agree with what he's saying in terms of if you're a man and you're asking your woman to pull more weight than you are. I mean, that's the way that I interpreted what he was saying. Then I don't think that that's okay at all. But I do believe that if a woman is supposed to be your helpmate or help you and you don't have it financially, I think it's okay, but you can't necessarily run on a mindset that you want her to help you in that aspect, but then you don't help in any other aspect. And I think sometimes that's what happened is because we put so much emphasis on men providing the financial security and the physical aspect of it. So because we put so much emphasis on that, that's where all of the work and energy is directed with a man. But then on the other side, the women are feeling frustrated because they're not necessarily getting all the other needs met. So I do think it's important that you're trying on both sides, that you're trying to give 100% in all areas coming from both parties.
I don't think nobody got a problem with that. I think the problem would come in when he's trying to devalue whatever that man was bringing from a financial sense. And he also like asserted that the men would not help with any of the other things. And that's not true. Most men gonna help with the kids. We're gonna give baths. We're gonna fill in where we need to, because you understand we trying to get whatever need to be done within the household. I think it's a disingenuous argument made by him in order to try and assert itself into the new Derek Jackson role. And I ain't mad at him because he got to be able to get more money to continue to talk like that. So do what you're gonna do, get your bread. But that I'm not jacking that. I'm not holding that to be the gospel. I can't look up to somebody I can't look up to. That's a word. I'm just saying.
So I think this is like the hard part about like clips, because you don't have the context of the conversation. Was he talking about men he doesn't consider to be good men who are only financially providing and it's only that 50% and they're still asking the woman to help? Or was he talking about men in general, right? Because if he's talking specifically to that category of men who's choosing not to help while still demanding 50-50, I think what he said is fair. I don't think that that's most men or all men by any stretch of the imagination. But if he's addressing them specifically, I think he's pretty spot on.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It didn't really make a lot of sense to me. He said if you can't provide 100%, but you provide 50%, and then the lady has to pick up the other 50%, but she's only going to do 50% of what she did, and then you can't promote the health for the kids because she's only doing 50%. What the hell are you talking about, bro? Like that honestly didn't make any sense. what Mistaken said made a little sense to me, right? And I'm like, okay, maybe this what this guy is talking about in this video. But when I think of provide, I think of it from the context of providing for not necessarily the material stuff, but providing what you need in order for the house to function. And if a man isn't providing that, then no matter what's going on inside the house, is going to be some chaos. There are going to be some other things that fall through the crack. And if we're only talking about money, in which I think on the whole, men provide more than just money. If we're talking, from a financial piece of it, and the expectations for this man to provide 100%, and he can't, then he's probably not with the right chick if that is the expectation. And then if he's expecting her to pick up the 50% he can't cover, and I'm trying to cover everybody's argument here because I don't know what the hell the guy was talking about. But if he's only covering 50% and the woman's picking up the other 50% and he's not doing anything else, then she's going to basically be in a masculine type frame to try to run the house. And then there's going to be even more complaints from the guy. It's just a chaotic home. So men, organize this is just my general message. Men, organize yourselves, get your life together before you try to bring somebody else into it. And that's just the way I'm going to address that ridiculous video. And for the record, HD, I'm the real AP.
Did anybody else want to add on to that?
I'm sending this link to podcast because he want to say some things about that band.
Listen, before you
yes
podcast the link, I need you to understand, AP. When you're not here, I'm the real AP. I'm the dark AP. I'm the light AP. I'm the hot AP. Whatever AP you need, I'm here. I'm AP, HD, HP. Listen, man, I'm versatile, bro. You got to understand, bro. Listen, when you're not here, I fill in the gaps. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never got to worry. Your presence will always be felt, even when you're not here. Because you know what? I'm that dude. So understand, bro. I got you. I got excuses. I got solutions. I got problems. You know what I'm saying? I got what you need, bro.
You know how to simp a little bit.
So was I sipping? Where's the evidence? I need the card facts. Where's my sipping card? Where? You know what I'm saying? Listen, the only card I got right now besides an ID is a passport. That's it.
Hey.
I think okay, so listen, so I think the moral of the story, I think that I understand what he's saying.
You sure?
But I do understand what he's saying if you have it like that. But let's just be honest, most people don't have it like that. So if you do not, to ensure that there is equal happiness and equal peace around the household, just be 50 all together and help out. Wash the kids sometimes, do the dishes, clean the house. If she looks like she's stressed out because everybody wants mommy, say, mommy, go take a break for a second. I got this. Do everything 50. It should not be the burden is on one person. It should be evenly distributed in the household, if that makes any sense.
Well, that's not his stance. I've seen a few videos. I think he was on Hardly Initiated, one of the episodes as well. And his doctrine is that he do feel that men should, in terms of the financial aspect, should be 100%. So
right.
Not at that moment, he's like, if you're not in that moment, that's fine. But your goal should always be being able to cover 100%, period. You're not a man if you can't, cover 100%. So your goal should always be covering financially 100%, because if she leave you, then you're gonna be on your behind if she's covering 50, like that kind of stuff. So his message is a man should always be in a financial position to cover 100%.
Oh, I agree. I understood his stance. I was saying that since most people are not because we looked at those stats and what the incomes are, since most people, let's be realistic, are not in a position to pay 100%. Okay, let's talk about what you can pay and what other things you can do to offset the fact that you cannot pay 100%. Help around the house, pick the damn dish up. You just ate, go clean up with yourself. Like,
So this is my question. So we're not getting married, right? We not every man has a woman. Are we living with moms? What are we doing? Like, if you're taking care of your home yourself, why wouldn't you be able to already take care of 100% of the basic necessities? What am I missing?
Well, I think what happens is so when you have a wife and you have kids, that one bedroom that you used to live in, now you may have to live in a 3-bedroom place, right? So things change when children are involved or when another person is in a household. I used to have to buy meals for one person. Now I gotta feed for you, so it's when you're by yourself,
when two people come together. Yeah.
Right. When you are taking care of other people, obviously you have to think differently, budget a little different with your money, in opposed to being by yourself.
So if I'm in a 1-bedroom, right? I'm trying to make this make sense. As a single man, I'm in a 1-bedroom, and I'm talking to this chick. Let's say I'm 27 years old. I'm just throwing a number out there. And I bring this female into my space. Right now, the only thing that has happened is I've moved one person into my space. So the only real thing that happens is maybe my food goes up a little bit, maybe the lights go up a little bit, but you're not really there shouldn't be a significant difference,
right?
In the amount,
right? But in that scenario, but people don't just stop at them two joining together. They usually bring in a family. I think that he's thinking about when you have a full-fledged family. I don't think he's talking about the two single people and they come together and they're just like in the honeymoon, because they don't have any responsibility. I don't think that that's the phase he's talking about.
So we're talking about a man without a plan.
Ain't podcast guessing.
So my thought is, right, once you get with this lady and you've gotten married, you should have a plan and benchmarks as you progress in that relationship. So before we have kids, we got to have this, and you got to be moving to that. Once we reach that, then we can have kids. Then we can have one kid. If we want another kid, we must reach this benchmark. I think if you're trying to be in a successful relationship and a successful marriage, and you're trying to grow a family, these are things you got to set in place before any of that stuff happens. Otherwise, you're out here winging it.
I understand that. Okay, go ahead, Enos.
So here's the thing, because I hear your thought process, AP. I don't disagree, right? I think that's how most men should move. There's just two things. Have you seen what 1-bedroom apartments look like for 27-year-old men?
Yep.
Does that look like the type of dwelling that a woman would not require more furniture, more decorations, more dishes, more of everything?
Does she already have it at her house? We're combining into one, right?
What if she's living with her parents, so she doesn't?
So I'm not bringing in a functional adult. Is that what I'm doing?
Right?
Wait. Women can stay at home with their people. That's how you want them to be, under the covering of their father, ideally.
At 25, 27?
As long as it take, as opposed to them being by themselves, unprotected. And
I guess that's what they say in these spaces. Me personally, I want a functional adult.
And it all depends on how she's managing herself as well, because just because sometimes, because I've seen it, and where some women are living by themselves, but they're not financially functioning the right way by themselves.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Right.
Go ahead.
So if you are taking on a woman and you're in your 1-bedroom apartment, but she's coming with mismanagement of finances, that is going to put a burden on the relationship. Definitely.
Oh, that makes me want to get my chick out here. But so
you would let your daughter live with you until she found a husband?
Actually, she can. I've already told her. Mind your own
Yeah,
business. Like, I'm not trying to get personal here. Look.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, you're right. That's all I'm saying. Like, ideally.
But, right. So I'm gonna use Miss Taken's from what Miss Taken said. And you made me lose my train of thought. So never mind. I'm just gonna back up.
Okay, so I'm gonna make my second thought, but I didn't get a chance. Sorry, go ahead.
My podcast got something you want to say, and I want to hear it.
My bad. I've been cutting beans off this whole time. My bad, bro.
Let Enos finish though.
Yeah. I just wanted to. So the second point was that like the majority of people don't actually plan their families. Their families just happen, right? So we know because we see it in the numbers. There are a lot of unplanned families, whether those people are intentionally together or it's just casual sex. There are a lot of unplanned families.
Maybe that's something we need to change.
And that still doesn't change the median income. Like, the income, it is what it is. What the average income is for African American, men, it just is what it is.
Now remember my point. You're right, but that's why you set those benchmarks, and you guys come up with a plan once you get married. Now, so I met a chick. I meet a female. I'm not me. I'm just saying I met a female that's not financially responsible, but I am. As a man, isn't it my job to get her up to par? Isn't it my job to try to teach her? If she doesn't want to learn, then that's not my chick. That's not the chick for me.
I don't think she's the chick for you, period, anyway.
But I mean, she may have never learned
100% that you should be
she may have, she may have just never learned that skill, because many of us weren't taught that skill and we had to learn it on the fly as we got older, right?
Okay,
Since I know how,
yeah,
but
I think
since I know how, why wouldn't I teach her and help her get her finances in order so that we can actually move forward as a unit if I'm dating with a purpose to get married?
Gotcha. Change your name to Professor AP.
That 100% that he was talking about, because I do think as a man, especially if we're saying that is a man's responsibility, the financial part, I think that part is part of providing that 100%, is you giving that guidance and that teaching to that woman about how to manage the finances. You know what I'm saying? To help with that. So I think that that's part of that 100%. I don't think everything is always the physical aspect of providing the dollars for everything. Sometimes it is about providing the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, of how to do something. Absolutely.
Okay. When the microphone's off, that means you didn't want to talk, right?
They stole my thunder.
We see it in the background. What's that smoke?
Oh, that's I call that shan juice.
Juices. They're red.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh. It's a potion.
Absolutely. That's the shan. I call it shan juice.
Remember that video Michael Jackson's sister Rebe? Centipede.
What was that thunder though, podcast?
Huh? I mean, listen, man. I thought at first when y'all first played the stupid ass video, it sounded like Mistaken and the other sister, because I always mispronounce her name.
Nas. Think about the letter E, and then think about Nas the rapper. Nas.
I think Enos and Sharon need to change the spelling of their names. It would just make everything so much better for all of us.
Girl, look what
You ain't gonna
he
comply, I know. Okay, so immediately, because they liked what they heard about a man killing himself for 40 years and dying in the process of providing a woman with all the money that she could need ever in life, and even after he dies, they immediately started cleaning up his mess for him, right? That's what I put in the chat. He said what he said. We don't need any context. We don't need any of that, because then what you're trying to do is you're trying to smarten up his stupidity. What he says, that makes absolutely no sense. The math ain't mathing. So this what he said. The guy should be 100% responsible for the bills, right? That's what he said. Okay. So what he said is, if the woman is helping with the bills, then she's taking away from her percentage of what she's contributing, right?
No, he said that she's doing her percentage plus half of his percentage.
Absolutely. And he also said that it's taken away from what she can. That's why he says she's only doing 50% of nurturing. Remember that part? And then he said the kids are doing the other. You see what I'm saying?
The math was 250%.
So basically so mistaken. You just have to accept the fact that he is specifically saying that's all men bring to the table is money. So now I can make the argument then, if a man is paying all the bills, you should have zero to say about anything else he is or isn't doing based on that statement. Because him paying the bills is his 100%. He doesn't owe you anything else.
Like I said at the end, the part that Marcus was asking to read, the part that he was asking to read did say, for the man, if you cannot financially provide 100%, make sure you're contributing to the other areas. Now,
who said that?
I had said,
she said with the part that I didn't let y'all read.
Yeah.
Can we read it?
And the other reason is because that was something that, like I was saying, I had listened to the whole, like his whole thing on Hardly Initiated. And that was one of the points that they were trying to say, is that I hear what you're saying, but the realistic aspect is most men, especially our day and age, are not going to be able to cover 100% of everything. They're not. So that's why I was able to interpret what he was saying, only because I had heard the entire interview on something else. And that was the other part.
But by your own testimony right now, you're saying that the people he was talking to were rebuttaling him saying that, not that he was saying that, because he doesn't. All he ever talks about is 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. He don't stray away from it because Marcus is right. Okay. In reality, the dude ain't that cute. He definitely ain't that tall. He got a lot of money, apparently. But as we all know, that don't always work out for people. So all this is a money grab, a clout grab for him. It's working. Congratulations. I mean, but at the end of the day, you cannot. I hate when people do this where we try to clean up what people say. I take people literally and for their word. I'm not adding nothing on. I'm not taking nothing away. Right? This is stupid.
Also said that's where a lot of us have trouble, is understanding nuances.
Absolutely.
So there are nuances to stuff that's being said, and you have to have the ability that sometimes everything is just not black and white.
Okay, so let me give you an example.
From various contexts of hearing him speak in different situations about that same topic. His idea is like, yes, you should be able to provide.
Let me throw you a live podcast. That nuanced conversation was great, but he already pre-rebutted that by saying the person was challenging the thought. So podcast initial point still stands.
Not only that, guess what? There is no nuance when you say 100%. There's nothing else to take from that. You're done. It's over with. If I say 100% of black women are ugly, I can't make room for any of them being pretty. There is no nuance. right? So when you say 100%, that means 100%. So if you're saying that a man paying 100% of the bills, that's what that's supposed to be, then to me, from that point, I can make the argument that I don't owe you anything else, including monogamy. I don't owe you anything else. That's all you get, because that's my 100% is me paying the bills. It's stupid, right? But then this is why, AP, I said y'all stole the thunder, because you came through in the clutch. Great example, by the way, of a man having an apartment on his own, doing his thing, moving a woman in. His bills might go up $30, maybe, and that's if he paying for water. Right? So if he's not paying for water, his bills probably ain't gonna go up but about maybe $15, right? And then whatever the food is. But the thing is, why does she have to be coming in with nothing? Why are we assuming she coming in? She ain't got no bank accounts, no credit card. She ain't had no money. She can't buy no dinner. She can't go to no grocery store. She can't do nothing because he paying 100% of the bill. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, when you start having those nuanced conversations, all it does is undermine his talking points. All it does is undermine this whole narrative. So the fact of the matter is, no woman, and I mean this, no woman deserves 100% of the bill. Not one. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. That doesn't mean you can't get it. That doesn't mean I'm telling a guy not to do it, because I would do it myself. But I'm saying you don't deserve it. It's not something that you should be looking for. It's not something you should be demanding. It's not something you should be waiting until you 55 to get. It's just stupid to me.
Well, I think that goes in, because you just took this conversation to another level with the deserve. Okay.
That's what I do.
You just took it to another level. I think that you will want a woman to help out. Absolutely. But when you're talking about women who don't deserve, you have a woman who's birthed 6 of your children, put herself, her life on the line 6 times to carry on your legacy, your last name. That's not her last name. That's your last name. It's people out here who pay surrogates, who take 9 months of their life, 60 grand off the top, even sometimes 100 grand, and they only doing it for 9 months, but she doing it free of charge for you. 6 of your children, and then she stays there and raises your children for your legacy, and you don't think she deserves it? I'm not
I hate to say it.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that women should be, if you don't have it, I think a woman should step in and help her husband. A woman will want to. You understand? But when you put that deserve in there, what you're telling me is you have absolutely no value in what she brings to you, your children, and your family to carry on your legacy, your last name.
So, they always say, be wary of meeting your heroes. I know why they say that now. Because Shan is my hero. She just disappointed me.
Like, that just took the conversation. And I understand what you're saying.
Nope.
I do believe that we're in a position where we have to help out. We were not given the leg up that other people were given, where they had all this generational wealth because they had time to build that. We're starting from scratch, right? So you're going to have to help out your man to make sure that, so when your generations come, they will be okay. You understand? I completely get that, but we're not going to substitute that for saying she's of no value. Like she does not deserve. She absolutely does deserve it. We just can't do it right now. There's a difference between you saying, I just can't, I need your help, and you don't deserve it. Like,
yeah. So
podcast, before you go real quick, before you go podcast, I do have a question for you. And I'm going to use a personal example, and I don't take any rebuttal personal, if y'all understand.
You should probably let me respond to that first, though. I'll be honest.
Well,
it won't get lost in translation.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Just so it won't get lost in translation. So here's the thing. The reason why I said what I said, Shan, about meeting your heroes is because if you look up the word deserve, I want you to Google it right now. You'll understand where I'm going with this. So what you did was you used an example of a person who earned it. That's what you did. You said she had 6 of your kids and she raising your kids and carrying your legacy and all this. That person earned it. That's not, this is the thing. Hold on. Watch this.
Let me just say this. I thought we were talking about, because when he stated kids in the mix. He said 50% would be, so the assumption is she has your children, because you can't carry on 50%. The kids can't carry on 50% if they're not there. So with that full scenario, it's an assumption that she does have your children.
Absolutely. So when I made my statement was in general, though. That's why I said no woman just deserves it. There is no just deserve it. There are women literally right now, no kids, no man, who believe they deserve 100% of the bills. I was just watching another podcast where the girl was like, if I got to work, and she said, if I got to pay any bills, why do I need a man? Right? So this is my point, that women actually believe that they deserve it innately just because they have a vagina or they bring breasts to the table. They think they deserve 100%. They think they deserve to avoid responsibility of utilities, right? So what I'm saying is no woman just deserves it, right? But yes, absolutely, you can earn it 100%. You can earn it, not just by having a man's kids, but by being his wife even prior to kids, if he is able to facilitate that life. That's why I said, I'm not saying no man should do it. I'm not running down, kicking people's doors down. Stop paying all these bills in here, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing that, but I am saying that the entitlement of it is rampant at this point. And this dude, he's not helping at all. I think I might.
Thank you for clarifying, because you did say no woman. But thank you for clarifying. But you didn't. You don't mean no woman. You're just saying as long as she is she no woman who has not earned it. But
absolutely.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, you answered it. You answered exactly what I was about to ask.
Absolutely.
I hate to do this, but the definition says that she did something in the word deserve. Do something.
You said what now?
So earn and deserve is.
I don't make up the words. I just use them. I mean, it is what it is. People get mad at me. You always playing semantics. No, I just like the English language.
Well, I think he's saying that the word deserve, it means she earned it, right?
Absolutely.
I just want to address this right here, because this kind of, I don't know, just rubbed me the wrong way, is that all mammals experience birth differently, especially humans. So the risks to female human mammals are totally different than other mammals, just because our body makeup, our pelvises are different because of the way that, we're built. We're, what is it called? But not bipeds and not quadruped. But anyway, that our makeup is totally different. The size of the babies that we're having relative to, baby sizes with other mammals are larger. Our heads are larger. So we pose a higher risk giving birth than when compared to other mammals. I just don't like the fact that it sounds like the whole idea.
This is my thing. Y'all love to compare yourselves to dogs, cats, lions, tigers. Go live in a freaking zoo. You go be the animal then. Okay, go knock yourself. We're not the same, sweetheart.
Right. So my point in being is that I don't like, because it sounds like he's trying to minimize how dangerous giving birth is. And it's
absolutely
not that holding it to a man's head. That's just something that you as a man cannot do. So put some respect on women because they can do that, and you can't. You know what I'm saying? It's okay.
Wow.
It's okay.
I'd also actually.
It's okay.
It's something oftentimes
that we can't do. We're built differently.
Oftentimes I don't agree with mistaken on points like this, but I do agree here. And I would actually go on to say the other part of that is we have the cognitive dissonance and discernment. There's an echo with somebody.
Somebody
where she chose you. She didn't even have to choose you. She didn't even have to choose to have your kid. Like, these are choices she chose to make. So it's not that she's necessarily holding it over your head. It is saying, hey, I chose you based off of X, Y, and Z. I chose to have your kid based off of X, Y, and Z. And thus, this is part of your responsibility. So, like, we really can't minimize that part of it.
AP,
So I agree, mistaken.
you had the wheels turning at first. I don't know what's happening. I need to turn off this Shan juice behind me. You went to the feminism route. What is happening right now, bro?
I
No,
don't
see,
understand.
see,
But wait,
AP.
let me
Oh,
ask
go
you a
ahead.
question. What is what is it about this generation? Because I do think it's a generational thing that belittles the birthing of kids, that belittles their legacy. Like if you don't have money, that's literally the only legacy you're gonna leave behind, right? Is the kids that you leave. That's gonna be your last name. And y'all belittle it like it ain't like
That's not it. See, you
it
Well, and
sounds
it's
like
not
it.
I'll be
I'm
belittling.
telling you
honest
what it
though.
sounds like.
And I have to be honest, I'll call it out on both sides. You can't respect or value something. And this is just me saying as a man. I mean, I guess it's based on your individual character though, too. Is that how can you respect that when women don't respect it themselves? If you as a woman is going around and having kids by either random dudes or dudes that you're in relationship with, and you have 5 and 6, multiple baby daddies and stuff like that, there is a level of irresponsibility on a woman's part that doesn't value providing that legacy to a man that she chose.
Right,
So
but
it
at the
goes
end
on
of the
both sides.
day, but listen to this. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying to you, yes, I agree with you. But it's not her last name; it's his. So her name is Jackson, right? Them kids' name is Neil. That's gonna be his last name because their kid's gonna be the Neil. If he has a son, it's gonna be Neil, 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 Neil. It ain't gonna ever be Jackson. You understand? So it is his last name that carries on the legacy. You understand? So what
I
I'm
was
saying to you,
speaking to
and
the
I get
value. You were saying, why don't this generation value that? What I'm saying is they don't value that because it's not something that's being done as an exclusivity. Back in the day, it was kind of like you get married, or even if you got pregnant before you got married, the goal was you better get married. You know what I'm saying?
oh,
Whereas,
absolutely. Like
whereas
I'm not gonna
now,
argue against that.
yeah, whereas now that's not the case. If I get pregnant, oops, I'm gonna have this baby, and the baby may or may not end up with the dude's last name.
So let me ask you a question. If she gets pregnant, what's the alternative?
What do you mean?
So what's the alternative if she gets so if you having sex and you get pregnant, what's the alternative?
You either have it or don't.
Vacuum seal.
It's only two. Either
Ignore
you
that.
have it or you choose not to have it.
That's
But
what
what I'm
the
saying is you can't
But
value
what I'm saying to you is
movie.
the idea. What happens with value is the less of it is, the more valuable it becomes. If it's oversaturated, then it loses value. So what I'm saying is, what your question was, why is it that this generation don't value that? It's because it doesn't happen in an exclusive kind of situation. It just happens randomly. You know what I'm saying? Without any thought, without any planning, without any thing to it. So it's like, that's what I'm trying to say. That's why it's lost value.
Okay, then look who's trying to get her black card back. I ain't mad at you.
I
Tell
don't
him,
think
Miss
I listen.
Bergen.
If ever you'll never hear. Look, to me, abortion is murder. Sorry,
Okay, but wait, let's so
it's
here's the
murder.
thing. It is not where they are minimizing or devaluing giving birth. They are level setting the argument. This is why he said stop holding it over men's head. So y'all like all the context when somebody is saying something that sounds good and privileged and beneficial to women, you want to read the whole sentence. Now, when this man is saying something that is to the benefit of men, we want to cherry pick the sentence.
So
His
what did
last
he say was
words
benefit to men? I'm sorry.
when the man was saying that men should pay 100%. And we want but what he really meant was that God is good
Oh no!
all the
I agree.
time.
I think we were just trying to make it so we know that that's not realistic. These are the alternatives. You know what I'm saying? I like to
Absolutely,
be
but
realistic.
what I'm saying is in this sentence, he specifically said Stop holding it over men's head. So he's talking about a specific demographic of women. So mistaken, you have children? Do you hold the birth of your children over your baby daddy's head?
It depends on, like you said, the level set of the argument.
So that's what I'm saying, right?
No, my point being is going to be certain things that, okay, I think where it was coming from was a matter of things that a man should do versus things that a woman should do. There's going to be certain things that a man can do that a woman just cannot do.
But
Like,
wait, I think you're missing the point of
for a woman,
the chat.
having a baby is something that a man can't do, but you're talking about level set and argument. Me bringing up the fact that I gave birth could not compare to anything that he did. There's no winning in that situation. There's nothing, in my opinion, that a man can do that will even match that context of what a woman does in that specific area. That's just
Jesus
me.
is the strength
It
of my
just,
life.
I was rocking with you.
there is no argument to that. Now, if I'm using it to say, well, I had your baby, so you should be covering 100% of everything, and that's all I'm supposed to do. No, I don't agree with that. I definitely don't agree with that.
So you're telling me that 9 months of carrying trumps 18 years of support? Yes or no?
Trump's 18 years of
support.
Support for what? For me?
Provision. That's what you're
at 100%?
Of the child. We're talking about the child. So you're saying that
at 100%.
You carrying the baby
at
for
100%.
9 months and giving birth to it trumps 18 years. Not even that, because you don't stop being a parent at 18,
well, that's
right?
what I'm saying. I'm always going to be 9 months ahead of you. I start, like, even if you give 18 years, I got 18 years and 9 months.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. If I'm providing 100%, you lose. You're not ahead of me because you're not providing.
But let me ask you a question.
Wait, let her get that. Let that land.
Because you're
You're not providing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Those two things would never level set, is what I'm saying.
To you, it wouldn't.
Even if you're providing financially.
Absolutely.
What you provide financially, what I'm doing is still going to carry on far beyond that. That's what Shan is talking about legacy. So I'm still, I was able to birth your name generations. It doesn't mean that your money is going to be lasting generations.
But it doesn't have to.
Go ahead.
It only has to. No, go ahead, Shan.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, but it doesn't have to.
It's a stupid argument. Don't get me wrong. It's a very stupid argument.
Right, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
My point was the fact that I felt like he was trying to minimize the fact of women giving birth. Like, oh, that's what y'all supposed, it's
Absolutely.
not a big deal.
Yes.
But let me just say this. Let me add something else to it. Okay. These streets, these manosphere streets claim that when a woman has a kid, right, she's devalued. Like, she's not even great in the market anymore. So she gave up her marketplace for you and your kids, right? Mm-hmm. She's just stepped down a notch for you and your children. So if she wants to go back out there, we know she can't bounce back as fast as you can. There's so many things that are going to be hit against her because she decided to birth your children. But yet you're saying she's not deserving. So more so than the childbirth, it's a knock against her. Just out in the world, because now she's, let's just say, if you're not there anymore, she's a single mom. It does not look the same as when it's the man. So that in itself is like, dang, she risked all this for your kids.
But this is what I'm saying. Like this, I'm telling y'all, day by day, I'm already a person who is, I don't know if I should say this word, but suicidal. Day by day, the lack of accountability for people makes me want to jump off a roof. That is your choice.
It is her choice, and she's doing it for you, though.
Just 1 second. Can you hear me out? Is it possible to hear me out?
No, my point is that no matter how much you spend financially, like, I just don't think that those two things match up. Is a nonsensical argument. But I said, my biggest thing was tackling the fact that what he was saying it came across the way I interpreted, minimizing giving birth. And the reason I say that too is because I think because men don't experience it, there's some kind of lack of true understanding. Just like how Marcus will always point out, like when he's talking about men's sexual nature, like I won't understand because biologically I'm not a man, so I don't know how that would feel. Where I'm saying that's the same argument. As a man, you have a limited understanding of what it is to give birth and how dangerous it can be. I almost died giving birth. My son almost died being born. And yep, Shan too. So my point is, and especially if you're a Black woman, that increases even higher. So we're at even more risk when we're giving birth. So for me, what I'm trying to say is just that
I just want an opportunity to
it
learn.
sounded as if he was trying to minimize the ability for us to do that.
Okay,
Now,
but here's the thing.
Let me
Here's
tell
the
you
thing.
this. Let me just put things in perspective. Podcast, you've been talking all like, come on, we give you the floor.
I haven't been able to finish my point that I was trying to get y'all to understand where he's coming from.
But what we're saying is you're keep bringing it back to the money aspect. We're not even talking about the money aspect anymore. We're talking
That's
about
because I can't finish my sentence. You will see I'm taking it past that. I'm trying to explain the mindset of the person sending the message. See, that's what I'm saying. She keeps repeating that we won't understand and all this other stuff. We don't have to, right? You have your experience as a woman and we have our experience as a man. The same way how you could say we can't understand what it's like to have a baby, I can tell you, you can't understand what it's like to have somebody use that baby to beat you up with. You don't know what that's like. You don't know what it's like to be drugged into court by somebody using their child, using your child against you, telling you you're 50% responsible for the kid, but you don't have a 50% say so in the kid. You don't know what that's like. So what he is trying to get you to understand is he's specifically talking to a 100% direct demographic of women. That's why I asked you, do you beat your husband up with the fact that you birthed his children? If you do, then you understand. I'm sympathetic. I lost my homie, DN. Shout out to DN Spencer. It was about 6-7 years ago. I think she might have been like 30, 33, 34 years old. Died on the table giving birth to her son. So I lost a homie. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I don't care. You don't get to beat. What do we tell men when they do what they're supposed to do? We tell men that we're not going to give them no hand claps when they do what they supposed to do.
You moved the goalpost. That's the problem. When nobody listen, all we were talking about is the value of a person giving birth. You just moved the goalpost to go into court. Like that's
I'm not no Shan. Oh my gosh, Shan, I'm not moving it. I'm giving you examples so that you can understand how a man is processing having a child used against him. I'm not moving anything, but I'm giving you an examples in hope that you will understand how we think.
Pull the comment up.
Okay.
Yeah, pull the comment back up.
Okay, let me find it.
Watch this.
And he put another one. You want to be glorified for giving birth? Yes.
See, yes. Proving his point.
No. My point is that is something glorious. Like, how can you not see how beautiful childbirth is, and you don't want to?
I'm glad I chose it. I even have kids, but
crazy.
Right? Okay, but what I'm saying is the problem mistaken is the same thing that we're saying with the Instagram thing. We get to glorify you, not you glorify yourself. Right? People don't give themselves their own nicknames, right? We glorify you, not you glorifying yourself. So when you're using it to beat somebody up with, yes, you're devaluing it. You make them want to come back like that. Shan, Isaiah Jr., Shan, all mammals give birth. Y'all got to stop holding childbirth over men's heads.
Childbirth.
Right. Don't skip that part, holding it over men's heads. Right. So what this is specifically, I guarantee you, if we ask him, he'll say yes. A man can be saying, I don't like this or I don't like that. And I want this to change and I want that to change. And what we get back is we do this, we do that. We birth y'all children. Without us, you can't repopulate the world. All this other stuff. Holding it over our heads because we're trying to get you to change your behavior or how you value us. That is what he's talking about. So that's a man. I'm just trying to give y'all insight into a man.
Let me just say this as well, because since you took it there, what has happened, and this is not every situation. We know that there are outliers in the situation.
Absolutely.
What has happened is there's no so if you guys are in different households, there's no provision in that household, which means that she is now the mom and dad in the household while she is there, okay, with the kid. Now, when the kid's with you, even if you have 50-50, when the kid is with her, whether it's be a week on, a week off, at that point, she's doing everything 100%, right? Now, I guess it would depend on who left the relationship. Assumption. Now, if she left it, that is on her, okay? But if he left the relationship, she may be a little salty because she feels like, listen, I birthed your children. I was blah, 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 and she might be a little salty, because that provision is not there. That protection is not there. And she has carried on your legacy as if she's a surrogate free of charge. And now her value is lower because she has now carried, and you're just going off by your life because nothing has happened to you, and you get to come in when you want to and do as you please, so that may be something. Not like I said, that's not everybody's situation.
Absolutely.
But sometimes that may be, and so people get mad about that, and you'll be amazed. Listen, it is something about a co-parent dynamic where people, for whatever reason, they be happy together when they having sex, but once that kid get involved, they hate each other. Like, don't nobody hate each other more than a mama, co-parents. For whatever reason, they become enemies when they should be on the same team.
Absolutely.
I do not understand it.
Now you preaching the gospel.
And it's like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But go ahead, Inaz, because you've been waiting ever so patiently. You don't have anything to say?
It's cool.
Please tell me, Inaz, that you don't
You're
believe.
getting up like an hour.
Please tell me that you don't believe Shan when she says that a woman is being a mother and a father.
Put little pod down. Go ahead, Inaz.
I'm begging you, please.
No, I don't believe that. I don't think a woman is capable of being a father. I understand having to fill in the gap of the father not being there, but you can't be both. It's just
you cannot be both.
But I did want to say to Mistaken, like when you said there's no equivalency in terms of the risk of that exists with childbirth. Men take on that risk when they're in positions to protect physically, right? That would be the equivalency. You are potentially offering up your life in order to keep somebody safe. That being said, and I was looking at the numbers the other day, came up in conversation, the death rates for women giving birth, even though the death rates have gone down, the rates of death during birth, giving birth, have more than tripled over the last couple of decades. It has become even more dangerous with the advancements of science, all of this stuff. Great. So a woman willingly taking on this risk for a man should have just as much value as a man willingly like putting down his life to protect his family. And I think when we look at it that way, we meet each other in the middle and have compassion for each other, as opposed to saying, well, this doesn't matter and this doesn't matter and this doesn't matter. I think like this is how this space kind of started with all these crazy gender war conversations. Yep. There is a whole lot of value in a woman giving birth. If we want to demonize somebody's sexuality and their sexual experiences, cool. But the birthing process still has value in it. The same way that, hey, not every man is a protector. Some men out there are dangerous, but there's still value in the ones who opt in and choose that. Especially now, especially in a society where people are not choosing to have children as often. Men aren't choosing to make families. Men aren't choosing to be protectors and providers. So for the people who are doing it, it is valuable. And it's important that we see it as valuable and understand and have that compassion that when somebody's trying to hold it over your head, it's likely because they don't already feel valued by you. And meeting that person with compassion and saying, hey, listen, it's not about that. I'm really grateful for that. But we're talking about this issue over here. We got to let this part go because I appreciate you for all that you did here. We're talking about X, Y, and Z. I think it would just steer the conversation in a very different direction.
I agree. And I think that too.
I agree.
And there again, I hate to throw this in there because it just more is, and that's the friction. between co-parents. Because guess what? If you're not in the house, you can't be a protector. She has to do it herself. And so some women are salty about that. They just really are. It's unfortunate, but they are salty about that.
It's understandable. I'm gonna keep it real because the amount of stuff you have to do all day when you with the kids is very different than when you get them for small increments of time at whatever chosen point you have.
Absolutely.
Because my daughter getting her hair braided right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but she crying nonstop because she tender headed. That
You feel
when you don't got, can you hear it?
Nah, we can't hear. You got a good mic.
All right, cool. Because it's loud. That's why I ain't been trying to turn it on like that. But yeah, no, them running in the house, you having to play with them all day if you're tired. It's fun when you're not tired, but if you're tired, you really want some sleep. It's a lot of stuff that, like being a present parents, they get kind of overlooked if you're not there. So yeah, I can see why they would be bitter if they in a co-parenting situation. It's a whole lot like just planning to go outside. You like, damn, I would go, but I left the other car seat in the other car. So I only got 2 car seats. There's 3 of them. I can't go. Or there's going to be too much of a hassle for me to have all of them running around with me at the grocery store. So I'll just do it. Like the amount of planning and rerouting your life, it's almost like having to be in a wheelchair when you look for like disability ramps and different things, just so you can function correctly based off having them kids. So I can understand how somebody could be extremely bitter about that. I really can.
And this is, let me just put this up here. And I thank you, Ram. Sorry about this. So what if they're salty? They make the decision to prevent them from being, did they make the decision to prevent them from being single mothers? No. That's the same as equivalent as saying, oh, well, he's salty. He could have protected his sperm, put him on child support. It can go both ways. Both people can be salty in this dynamic. You understand? But the goal is that's not going to help the kid. Y'all got to put them differences to the side and stop being so selfish. It's just ridiculous, that hate that's just built up. Like the kid is here at this point. Let's make the best of this situation, okay? You're tired. I feel good to know that, look, if I'm tired, hey, yo, she drive me crazy. I remember it was one time I was going through something. I called my child, hey, look, I need you to come get her. All right, I'll be there. It won't be until like, okay, that's fine. Make it. You got to work with each other, like for the common goal. Like, what is going on?
People over 18 are adults.
Huh?
Like mentally, do you think most people are adults?
No.
If you was to put a percentage on it, what would you say?
For 18?
Like people that are over the age of 18 and mentally operate as adults, meaning they not just extremely selfish, tit-for-tat-ish, bickering. You know what I'm saying? People that operate like
over the age of 18, you gotta where you stopping at? 18 to what?
18 until death.
I say 20%.
20, yeah.
That's what I said. For me, that 80-20 rule is so real, because even for me, I can look back and say, I definitely see areas in my life that I have matured. No problem, that I would consider myself as an adult. But there are certain areas that is a continual work in progress for me. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Where somebody else would be like, that's so immature. Those are areas that I still need to develop. So I don't think, I would say 80-20.
Yeah, I know y'all just got off that whole entire, exchange, but I think there's a difference when we're talking about value, because there's not many men that doesn't think that women being able to give birth is valuable. I think sometimes in the statements that men make that cause the triggering effect, we don't actually understand like how what we say can be interpreted multiple different ways. Because I think what he was trying to say is not that what you guys do as mothers and being women and doing what you're able to do, we're not saying that's not valuable. Sometimes what guys are saying is it's common. If you're a woman, you have the ability more times than not to actually be able to have children. And then you look at most females, as far as multiple species, multiple different ranges, it's not uncommon that the female would have the ability to have a child. Because if you ask most men, they value women. But when you hear men give their gripes about women, that's when most women will sit here and say, well, you hate women, you don't like women. Like, it's almost as if for a lot of brothers, why is it that women can say whatever they want to say about us, but when we want to say something about y'all, it's like, well, y'all short-sighted, y'all don't know what y'all talking about, da da da, and all this other stuff. So sometimes when men say their comments, it's like it gets real squirrely real quick when all this person was saying is like, yo, like, it's a common thing that you offer. And I'm not saying it's not valuable, because I definitely want you to have my legacy and have my kids. But you're not the only person or only woman that can offer the things that this other woman is thinking that is special, but it's actually common.
XD, have you ever like been a manager at a job or over like in a position of authority in charge of somebody else or a group of
Yes.
people
Yes.
where you managing multiple personalities?
Yes.
If you like berate that person in front of the other people, how does that go for morale?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
Sometimes you said berate or rate?
So so what I'm trying to compare it to is if we are in a position of leadership within the household, right? And we from that position um irresponsibly talk down to the people that are supposed to be looking up to us, you create morale issues and you create other problems that will exist because your words sting more than somebody that they would feel that, you know, like the employees could talk crazy about the boss together, but if the boss is talking bad about the employees, it's probably a lawsuit coming down. You see what I'm saying? It's in the established hierarchy, it's a way we have to conduct ourselves based off of that, so we don't get the same leeway as somebody who can just vent freely at us. If there's established hierarchy within a relationship, if there is no hierarchy, then y'all just both throwing snowballs at each other. You
And you
understand
know
the point I'm
what?
making?
Oh, you understand? Go ahead. You can finish ADHD.
Well,
You understand the point? I
yeah,
can
I
clarify.
understand the point, but like the example I think is
Okay.
like kind of
Mhm.
wonky, only because like
Okay.
in regards to leadership, depending on the circumstances that you're in, like
Mhm.
you want to try to like get stuff out of people, and sometimes you'll push or say certain things to get them to do certain things. But oftentimes when you hear the dynamics in a lot of relationships, these aren't like leadership, subordinate relationships. They are partnerships, which means that we are supposed to be equal, and we're supposed to be able to delegate and do the things that both of us feel like that we need to do, and we have to come together to do this. So even in this realm, it's just like, why is it that sometimes when men are just okay, I'll back up. I agree that sometimes when men give their ideas or they say their thoughts or their gripes or their considerations, I can understand how it can be a little short-sighted in how we deliver what it is that we're saying. It doesn't have a lot of nuance. It doesn't have uh, a lot of tact. It isn't as reasonable. Um, I agree to that. However, like sometimes if you really want to get to the nitty gritty, you got to remove a lot of those filters, not with malice. Don't be have malice. Don't be disrespectful. But like if you're saying, hey, are you having a good day? And this person just want to say, no, I'm having a terrible day. When you having a real moment, whether you're a man or a woman, it's like sometimes I think we should give each other a little bit of grace to understand, like, yo, like how I express myself might be a little harsher than how you express yourself, but I'm having a moment to express myself so I don't go off on you, or I don't do this, or I don't say these things behind closed doors, and then you want wandering around while I don't want to talk to you. Like, I'd rather be honest with you and try to be fair and actually be authentic to you than for me to lie to you. And then I feel like I can't even talk to you because I don't trust you with how I genuinely feel about stuff.
Well, I think that it's important. This is a discussion, and so when we see a comment, we're going to correct the discussion. Whether he took it, first of all, Isaiah is in the chat chatting every Friday with the same shit. Okay, we appreciate you, Isaiah. Going up again. So this is all about discussion. That's what we are here for, to have these discussions, men and women having honest discussion. So when Mistaken saw it, she wanted to correct that because she feels like not just Isaiah, many men may, because he wasn't even the only one who said it. It was tons of guys in it. For whatever reason that they said it, we just wanted to have an opportunity to show why it should be a value. And let me just add on another valuable piece. You having a kid with a woman can literally make or break you. Just like podcast, this is how much value it is, and it should be in your life, okay? Just like podcast said, that one woman can literally turn your life upside down over that kid. You understand? She could take you through hell. So if you got a woman who ain't even doing that to you, you better value her. All you gotta do is look at another man's situation. She won't even give him the last name. She taking him to child support. She giving this man hell. He can't even see his kids. And you got a woman who's trying to work with you, who is trying to, you gotta value that. Because sometimes all it takes is you looking at somebody else's situation and like, damn, I'm glad that ain't me.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. But this is, I'm telling you, man, like somebody was asking me earlier today, do I think that the space is helping? And I told them no. Because no matter what men say, all we get is pushback. We never get solutions, right? So if I ask Marcus right now, Marcus, what do men hear whenever they hold over women's head what they do? I take care of my kids. What's going to be the response?
You saying when the man hears?
When the man says that, when the man says to a woman, I take care of my kids, what is she going to say?
They your kids, you supposed to, or no?
Absolutely. When a man says, I take care of my kids to a man, what is he going to say?
Good job.
You want a cookie?
Right. No, you're supposed to.
Absolutely. You're doing what you was designed to do. You're doing what you're supposed to do. You're doing what you was made to do. This is what men hear. Yet when we hear women bragging about what they do, which is what they supposed to do, which is what they chose to do, they want flowers. They want cookies. They want adoration. Well, give some or don't expect any.
Well, let me just say this. I'm going to move on to, I'm going to let you go. I have one thing to sum this up. We got to go to the next topic.
So this is a genuine question because I am actually trying to understand, right? But if men and women are different, like inherently different, why are we expecting the same things that we do from men as we do from women? I just can't wrap my brain around it. Could you explain that?
Absolutely easy. You going, Marcus? Go ahead. That's absolutely easy because just because we're different don't mean we don't want the same things. We do. Right? It just look different. That's it. It looks different. Right? So for a woman, a man showing his appreciation might be him coming home with some flowers, him rubbing her feet, him showing up to her job on lunch to take her out to eat, right? It might be something like that. For a man, a woman showing him, some appreciation might be 20 extra minutes on the blowjob, ordering him some shoes that he really wanted for a long time, but he didn't want to spend the money on it. But you got some extra money, so you order them for him without him knowing about it. But here's the thing. Just because it looks different, we both want the same thing, which is appreciation. We want the same things. We want love, concern, care, nurture, compatibility, cooperation, submission. We all want the same things. It just look different. It comes in different forms. That's a misnomer about men and women being completely different.
Going to buy flowers and extra 20 minutes, that just doesn't.
Hey, listen, we both want extra 20 minutes ahead. What do you mean? If you got
We
extra
said it was
20 minutes
different.
ahead, you act like you ain't gonna have a good time. Don't be disingenuous. Don't be
Okay,
disrespectful,
so real
mistaken.
fast.
How you gonna sit up here and act like you don't want an extra 20 minutes ahead? Don't be like that. Matter of fact, call your husband in here right now. Let's get the clarification. If you got extra 20 minutes ahead, you act like you wouldn't be having a great day.
Absolutely.
No comment. Let's move on.
Nonsense.
So
You got the
I
point,
want
Enos.
to take this opportunity to say to all the men who take care of their kids regularly, at least twice a week, the men who have married their baby mamas or they had kids by their wives, either the man of their household, we appreciate you. Not just your wife, we all appreciate you. How about that?
Thank
That's
you.
actually-
I appreciate it.
See, that mean a lot coming from you though, because you're not ugly. See, and that we need more of that. We need more good-looking women saying stuff like that. You know, the fat, ugly ones, it don't hit the same. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
So I'm gonna be honest, and I know Shan wants to move the conversation, but Beans, I don't need none of that. I actually don't. I would like the extra 20 minutes ahead, but
Absolutely. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
20 minutes? It takes that long?
Shit.
That hurts your jawbones. You be at work, can't even talk, can't even teach the kids. My
There
mouth
are exercises for y'all.
You should have
Podcast longer than that. I ain't trying to hear
minutes.
that. My jaw hurt shit.
You should have
why I like
stopped
the
after
little
20
ones.
minutes. It take that long. You
That's
shouldn't
why I
have
like the
finished it
little
with.
ones. Let's work.
I mean, this is what I'll be like, baby. Then you just do it.
But I'll never get the little ones. I'll be like, dang.
You could do a 2-hour podcast. You can give me a 40-minute blowjob. I ain't trying to hear this bullshit. Come here, girl.
When you want the little ones, the big ones come. You like, stop. That is so inappropriate. I do.
That is
apologize.
racism.
I don't do things like
That's
that.
racism.
We got to get Miss Polly in here. We got to get Miss Polly in here. She got to be first. Not about the blowjob conversation. I'm saying about other conversations. You ain't supposed to.
Okay, that's messed up. Hi everyone. I'm sorry I was behind. I was at work, so I got off and came as soon as possible. So yeah.
No problem, girl. All right, well, you're just in time. We're gonna do these super chats, and then you are just in time for our next conversation. Speaking of valuing that twat. I remember
nice. What's in that cup?
1984. I wish you listen. I do have some Casamigos in my cabinet, but I don't want to be out here just
Bouncing.
Loose lips. But go ahead. I don't know what HD eating, but baby.
He is doing hard as hell.
Thank you, Sir Chai. Who's gonna read these?
Darius Houston with the $10. He said, "Mistaken, you ain't wrong. But your argument only works when men and women are not equal. A woman's value equals to a man's value in the world of equality. We can't appreciate differences in today's world."
Equity.
Y'all letting that okay.
Smiley Jizzle with the 5 bones. He said the maternal mortality rate for 2021 was 32.9 deaths per 100,000 live births, compared with a rate of 23.8 in 2020 and 20.1 in 2019, per the CDC.gov.
Let me just tell you
that's
this.
mortality.
Let me tell you
for
this.
Black women is even higher than that. It's 69.9%.
Let me just tell you this.
It's absolutely not 69.9%. I'm gonna need you to correct that.
It is. Go check the
Not
facts.
percent.
Of that number, not
Right.
Well,
It's
out
not.
of it's what I meant. Out of per 100,000, that's what he said. Out of per 100,000 births. So I'm saying for Black women, it's 69.9 out of the per 100,000.
And let me just tell y'all this story time. Yours truly had to have 4 pints of blood and 3 plasmas. I lost you Google this. I lost 2,200 cc's of blood. The body has 6,000. That's almost half. Thank the Lord. I was at Emory Hospital. Emory Hospital.
I think that's more like a third, but I'm gonna let you have that.
22. I said 2,200 out of
6,000.
Almost. I said almost. I didn't say it is. I said almost.
That's 30%.
Because 3,000 is half. I said
Absolutely.
almost.
You did.
Okay. Not is. I said almost.
Closer to a third.
So anyway,
I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you survived that.
That's a lot of blood.
Absolutely.
My C-section was 4 hours. Let me tell y'all when it got real. Story time, real fast, and I'll be done. When I was laying there, they tried to give me more. They were like, should we put you to sleep? I said, no, I want to see it because I knew something was going on. They tried to calm you down like nothing was going on. Like I couldn't see it in the reflection of the little, they had like a little a light and I could see the reflection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I could see myself bleeding. I remember telling myself, stop bleeding. I kept on saying to myself, stop bleeding, stop. Like that was going to help or something, right? And then the anesthesiologist, she kept on was like, should we keep, because my blood pressure or my pulse was, going up, but she didn't realize because I could see what was going on past the curtain. I remember there was a resident and she looked past the curtain and I'll never forget my nurse, her name was Crystal. And she looked at Crystal and she said, Crystal, can you page Dr. Davenport, who was the doctor on duty at the time? My doctor was working on me. And when Crystal said that Dr. Davenport was in labor and delivery, and that resident looked past that, she looked at Crystal and was like, can you please tell Dr. Davenport she needs to get here right now? I said, oh, hell no. I start pleading with God. I'm like, look, you get me through this? I promise. You know how you start saying stuff to.
That's scary.
Absolutely.
That's scary.
It's scary. People don't understand that is a scary.
Like having a hangover.
I went in at 10:32. Listen, Layla was born at 11:34. You know what time my C-section was over? 2:30. It was. They were trying to get that blood under control, get it, and they were calling that. And I remember my doctor going 500 cc, 600 cc. And I learned that that's what he was saying. That's how much blood I was losing. And he asked for the blood that was on hand because he knew it was going to be a risky surgery. And so he had blood on hand. And then when he was like, we're going to need more. So somebody had to run downstairs. And thank God, Emory Midtown has a blood bank. And I found out that day, not every hospital has a blood bank. But Emory has a blood bank in the hospital. And let me just tell you, thank you, Emory Hospital, Atlanta, Midtown. And my doctor, Dr. Kurt Martinuzzi.
Yeah, shout out to
Okay,
him.
so
I know when
y'all brought this up in, Miss Polly. I'm gonna ask Miss Polly. Since y'all brought this up, let's go ahead and talk about it. Because I was gonna ask Enos, but I asked Miss Polly because she hasn't really spoken yet. I don't like it when these dudes bring up the protection thing as an argument for women to be submissive and all that other stuff. Because most niggas never, absolutely, but most dudes never have to do anything. Most dudes never have to fight or protect their women from nothing. Like actually, right? Like I would probably argue 97% of dudes never have to do anything like that, right?
Sometimes it's a feeling of protection, though, too. It's like
okay, I'll give you that. But it's the actual act, right? That I'm talking about. But so here's my question, Miss Polly. If you outside with your guy and he is starting shit with people just so he can protect you, will you value the protection?
No, I would not. You hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I would not.
So the reason why I'm using that example is
you're what I said? Okay, no,
yeah,
the reason why I would say no, I would not, because go ahead.
I think you're on a little bit of a delay. It's okay. No, you can add your context. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the reason why I would say no is because of the fact that if someone is causing trauma just to feel like a hero, then that's really a hero complex issue. It's not really necessarily them trying to protect you. They're just trying to feel validated with something within themselves.
Mm-hmm. So let me show you. This is not an exact example, but I'm gonna show you why I brought this up, right, Enos? Because there is a reason. What Miss Taken said was about this death. She was like, people be dying giving birth, and especially black women, right? But there's a reason why that's happening. I need to know that neither woman on this panel actually believes that being black increases your chances of dying on the birth table. Please tell me you don't believe that.
I think that what it is, and I'm gonna be honest with you. With my situation is I have fibroids. And I do think that it's environmental, some of the things that maybe the chemicals that we put in our hair, the food that we're
Absolutely.
used to eating. There are other things that play a part in why that may have been. Because if I didn't have that fibroid, that situation wouldn't have it probably wouldn't have occurred. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But because of that, that put me in a higher risk. And that's the reason why I experienced what I experienced. So it's not just because you're African American, it's just certain things that African American women experience through our environment that cause us to have higher risk, And then too, it's also noticed because the same thing that happened to me happened to Judge Hatchett's daughter-in-law, but unfortunately she did not live through, and her husband is an advocate, right? And the only difference between me and her was the fact that her doctor didn't listen to her. He didn't pay it. Well, that's why I thank my doctor. I thank God and I thank my doctor because he was very attentive. He was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock. That man did not leave my bedside until 10 o'clock. And then he woke me up in the middle of the night to make sure I was okay. He was a great doctor, but unfortunately, she didn't have that same experience with her doctor. And a lot of black women don't have that experience. That's why we need more black men and women who are doctors, because we tend to know more about ourselves and have that relationship. Luckily I had a great relationship with him because he was my gynecologist first, and then he delivered my kid. But that makes a difference too. A lot of black women are not, they feel like, oh, they got it. I don't know. It's just research has shown that we're often ignored, basically.
Yeah, I was going to just make that point. That is research that showed that they I think it's 3 deviation points lower on the pain index. So when they measure what's wrong with you, they have an implicit bias, and it's been shown throughout Asian, Caucasian, and white Hispanics that they don't believe our pain when we're saying it, because they think due to the melanin that we have a higher pain threshold than other people. And they won't take issues as seriously based off of that. It's a couple different studies for it.
And I always tell women, and this is another thing that we do, we're going to move on from this. For whatever reason, women don't stick with, if you want to have a kid, go ahead and go to a gynecologist and have a relationship with a gynecologist who also delivers babies. That way your relationship is more than just delivering the baby. That person knows you. She knows your body. This man was, and he's a white man. He was with me years before I had Layla. So we already had established a patient-doctor relationship before I even stepped into the hospital. You know what I'm saying? So it was just, everything I did was right for the moment. Let me just say that. Whether it be the hospital I chose, whether it be the doctor I chose, everything lined up for me in a blessed way. Thank God. But a lot of people don't do that.
So that's
the key word I was looking for.
So there's a couple other factors as well, right? Is that only now recently are they starting to teach more how specific diseases, conditions, infections look on melanated skin. So a lot of people are being misdiagnosed because the doctors themselves aren't being educated on the patients that they're actually working on. The other thing is because of the stereotype of the baby mama that exists, that a woman, married or not, who has an active partner, if he's not showing up, she's treated like bottom of the barrel because they just assume that she's just a baby mama, right? So while there are experiences when it comes to bias, while there are experiences that come to improper medical training, while there are experiences that come, like these things all culminated together isn't a fabrication of the fact that Black women's experience as a whole giving birth to children is significantly different than other races.
Absolutely. And another thing I did too, and I want to emphasize this point. If you know you have fibroids, look at that doctor's history. That's one thing. When I even chose him as a gynecologist, I looked at his history. This man had a history of saving lives. He did research on high risk. He lived, I think he once worked in like Chicago. I think it was Detroit. Like that was his specialty. You know what I'm saying? So when you're going, just stop just choosing people because your friend went there. You know, if you know you have fibroids or you're a high risk in some area, find a doctor who specializes in that. Because not all doctors specialize in the same thing. They're not all good at the same thing. Make sure you choose one that specializes in your situation. That's important too.
You keep using that word, but we don't. That's what I'm saying. Like it's going to sound like I'm like trying to be mean, but I'm not. We don't use that word enough as it pertains to women. It's the choices. The first example that you used, which I was pleasantly surprised about, was you said putting perms in your hair, right? And that was my point, is that women do things, right, to increase their chances of dying on the birth table. It's not because you're black, right? That has absolutely nothing to do with it. If you were black and you grew up in the healthiest environment and had your baby delivered in the healthiest environment, right? Some people would argue even the way that they have you sitting up in the room is improper as it pertains to delivering a baby. Some people argue for standing straight up. Some people argue for being in water, submerged, different things. It's all kind of like, I don't think I've ever seen what do they call those people who deliver at home?
A midwife.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them with a table like what I seen my kids being born on, right? So it's other things that go into it, right? At some point, you have to take accountability for the choices that you make to put yourself at risk. And then not only that, you have women who are being told that they're at risk and they still proceed with having children. And then they end up losing their lives. And they say things like, if it's between me or the baby, save my baby. So all of that has to come into account when it comes to this conversation. It's not that we don't care about the women. Like I say, I lost my homie. She was my biggest supporter as it pertains to my music and my production career. And so, but you know, choice matters, and we emphasize that as it pertains to women, to men, and not so much as it pertains to women. We need our women to start taking better care of themselves.
Well, just a quick question: doesn't that then go into the protection piece? What, like, we as men, we should know as much as we can also. So when the woman is having our baby, we can say, "Hey, maybe you should do X, Y, and Z." To basically lower that rate, right? Wouldn't some of that responsibility fall on that protector, or am I missing?
I mean,
or am I off?
If you cherry pick it all the way up until that point, absolutely. But what do I do when my woman wants to put perm in her hair? Do I break up with her and say, well, I'm leaving you and I'm not gonna have no kids by you because you're doing this thing to yourself that may cause a problem? Nobody's gonna really move like that, right? That's what I'm saying, that we have to begin to insist that our women take better care of themselves before they even get to the table delivering a baby.
And I would say too, a lot of times women don't disclose everything about their health to their partner first and foremost. And then two, I think that with time, remember, I was born a long time ago before the internet had all this information available to you. So we didn't really know that all of these things, for whatever you trusted the world, you wouldn't think that people were trying to harm you intentionally. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you didn't think that perm is damaging. You didn't think people were putting chemicals in food. You would think like, oh, they wouldn't do that to us. Like, come on, that's nonsense. And then you get this information, you're like, dang, y'all trying to kill us? You know, so now there's no excuse. My time, maybe there was, because we're just blind to the things that were going on. But if you're in this day and time, you should know that these things are chemicals. These things are not good for you. You should not be eating certain food, and you should move accordingly for sure.
Let me say one last thing.
Wait, hold on.
You all know what? I just want to make one quick statement. I'm done. I promise. I'll mute up for an hour. AP,
I believe it.
Do you know what fibroids are?
I have no idea.
See, that's exactly why I wanted to say this. Neither did I, right? I'm not even sure if I had ever heard the word, right? I'm in a relationship, and I won't say which one because it's not her. It's not my story to tell that part of it. But bro, we just hanging out. Boom, she collapses in my arms, bro.
Because she's anemic.
Right? No, she collapses like pow. No, like her life was going from my body. It felt like I'm screaming, hollering, "Babe, get up, babe, get up, babe, get up." I'm running to the phone. She finally wake up. I want to call the ambulance. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Whole time she had fibroids. She had been bleeding nonstop for months and never told me.
Yeah, she's anemic. Right. That's that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that, to Shan's point, that a lot of times women don't disclose everything to us, bro. They keep stuff to themselves. Then what if she had died? I wouldn't know nothing. I wouldn't have no answers for nobody, bro. Like,
I was going to say something nasty. Sometimes when you having sex,
And don't say it.
And you
That
hear
means
that
don't say
pain and she's screaming, it's because you hit that fibroid.
Go ahead, Inaz.
Let me stop.
So, podcast, you just said something that I just wanted to kind of challenge your thought process on a little bit. You said it's not about being black.
I was
it's about
coughing. I was not laughing.
No, that's fine. You said it wasn't about being black, but it was about the choices that black women make. I just want to ask you a series of just like really rapid fire yes or no questions, right? Do other races of women perm their hair in general?
Maybe, yeah.
In general?
When you say in general, you mean the majority of them?
Yeah.
Dye and perm,
I would assume
absolutely.
not because their hair is already straight. So I would say no because their hair is already straight.
Okay.
It makes their hair curly, actually.
I would beg to differ, though. In my
They do perm their hair. And
so in the time period in which
hold on, let Inaz finish. Let her finish.
She wasn't.
My bad.
Yes or no. She said yes or no. Yes or no.
Y'all ain't got no kind of decorum.
Because we black.
Do black people predominantly live in food deserts? Let me define food desert. So areas where fresh produce is either difficult to find or is at a distance that is typically farther away than other neighborhoods.
I want to say no, only because I think most black people live in the South, but I'm going to go with yes, just so you can make your point.
All right. And this is the last question to make my point. I could ask more, but I'm just going to end it on this last one, right? Mm-hmm. Do you feel like most black people are educated in the things that they should be looking out for in the first place to make informed decisions in regards to their health?
No.
Okay. So when you see all of these systematic factors that are encompassed in the black experience, how can we say it's not a race thing when all of the decisions you're asking people to make are typically influenced because of their race in the first place?
Well, the reason why I say it's not because you're black, because just because you're born black does not mean that will be your experience.
That was never my claim. That was never my claim, right?
I never said that it was your claim. Yeah, I never said it was your claim. I'm just answering your question. The reason why I would say that is because just because you're born black does not mean that will be your experience. Even if it's more likely that would be your experience, it won't be because you're born black. It would be because of where you're born, who you're born to, the information given to you during the course of your life. It will be everything outside of the fact that you're black.
Are all those factors not influenced by being black? Like who you're born to, where you're born,
in general,
information you're given. Like, is that not influenced by race?
Okay, so I promise you, I'm not being disingenuous. The only way I can answer that question is to say the exact same thing that I just said. So I'll ask you a question: is just because I'm born, just because I'm born black, does that mean I will be born poor, disenfranchised, discriminated against, eating fried chicken and watermelon, perming my hair, does just because I'm black, does it mean that? Yes or no?
The likelihood is much higher for you.
Right, but I didn't ask you about the likelihood. See, that's what I'm saying.
But
Remember,
that's
you wanted me to give you yes or no's, right?
not on that last one. Not on that last one. It was just all of the questions leading up to that.
Absolutely. On this one, I want a yes or no. Just because I'm born black, does it absolutely mean that I will have to endure all of those things?
No.
Okay, so then that means it's not because you're black, right? So you can say that this is a thing that is particular to the black experience.
He's making it an absolute when you're saying a yes or no. This is what Marcus was talking about before when there's the nuance. If me being born black, it is going to increase the likelihood of these things that Inaz is talking about. Just like you being born a black male, you're going to be at higher risk for certain things. It's the same thing. It doesn't mean that, like you said, it doesn't mean that will be your story, but the likelihood is definitely increases when you're comparing to your different race peers.
Absolutely.
So I think that too, what's going on is perm is an elective thing. Okay, you don't have to have a perm, but if I'm not mistaken, I do believe, and maybe you're young, so in the 80s, white women did get perms because perms did the exact opposite to their hair. It made it curly with that Julia Roberts thing. It went through a phase. Now I will argue that maybe their perms have different chemicals in it than our perms, because obviously they do different things. Their job, different type of hair, different type of chemicals to do different things. So in that case, yes, it would be different. And when it comes to fresh produce, even if you go to the hood and get a tomato or anything that is a healthy stuff is in every market, is about the choices that you make when you go to the market. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So I understand that, right? But even in those markets, the viability of that tomato is not the same as the one at Whole Foods.
Well, we didn't even have Whole Food then.
No, I'm just saying whatever grocery store you want, right? Like
you can't tell mistaken that because she loves some Food Depot. I be telling her.
But what I'm saying is the tomato you get at the bodega or the corner store or wherever, right? Like that banana, that apple that you decide that you want to do that, because of them cutting costs through regular travel, it's not as fresh. You're not actually getting as much nutrients. So even if you have access to it, it's still not the same quality. That's one. Two, for most people who live in low income areas where that it even has to be a choice of, do I need to choose this or do I need to choose that? Most people would opt for the thing that's more sustainable and is going to stretch longer, which is going to be food that's junk. So a lot of people are priced out of eating healthy because eating healthy has become so much more expensive. So I hear the points, right? And it does make sense. People do have a right to choose. I think Marcus makes this point all the time about the movie Saw. Some people's choices are really not the same as others.
Absolutely.
So it's choosing between bad and worse, right? And then we wag our fingers at these people and saying, you should have just chose better, you should have known better, when they don't actually have access to the resources to get these things.
Gotcha. All right, we're gonna no. We have to move on. We have two more topics, maybe even three. And we have been talking about this one for long. Like y'all got me all night. I gotta park the SAT tomorrow. I gotta make sure these kids are not cheating tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock a.m. Okay.
Let them cheat. Make sure you get HD, AP, and Miss Polly in. They ain't really done that.
All right. So speaking of value, now we're gonna show you some devaluing on there with this next video. The video I really wanted to show you because we were already on that topic in the beginning. I'm gonna show you now. So it's kind of in reversal. Okay. Let me pull it up.
What's extra 20 for all mean, HD?
What?
It's for all men or for?
It's gonna be a long conversation. Goodbye.
If you used to get pregnant right now, who the first person you calling?
I gotta call my sneaky link. I gotta call my sneaky link.
Yeah, why you think your sneaky link gonna react?
He was like, no, I'm not with that.
All right, so call him and tell him you're pregnant just to see what he gonna say. And if he's jacking it, tell him you're not keeping it. If he's not jacking it, tell him you're keeping it. You feel me?
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, what you doing?
I'm chilling. What you on, man?
Hey, we gotta talk. I'm late.
Talk about what?
I'm late. Like,
You late.
yeah.
Late for what?
like I might be pregnant. I think I am.
Late for what?
You heard me. I said I think I might be pregnant. I don't know.
Oh, congratulations. Who the daddy?
You being funny. Chill. Who else would it be?
What?
Who else would it be?
Shit, one of them six. Pick from the six that you Pick
Nah,
a nigga, any nigga.
you on
Not
some
me.
weird I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it and it's yours. I'm keeping it and it's yours.
Keeping what?
All right. You know what? You being weird because you know it's yours. I only been with you.
Get your lying on. And you know my gave my 100, boy. I ain't even getting you pregnant. You was a late night slime ball. Why you think that?
What? Word.
What you capping about?
Word.
Yes, word.
Man,
I can name 6 other that got better than you, and one of them is one of them is your friend.
You know.
If I'm gonna get anybody pregnant, it'd be your friend.
All right. I'm bye.
No, why you?
That is not funny.
First of all, that is
I was a
absolutely
parent, I would
hilarious.
have been like, I wanted to hear the rest of that conversation. I wanted to hear the part where she said it was a joke. It was a joke. But it's nice to know how you feel.
You know, somebody did that to me before.
Huh? You said what?
Did that same thing to me before. Played that little stupid joke.
Oh,
on
somebody
April
did that to you?
Fools. The day before
It's
April
like
Fools.
that's the only way that you're gonna get the truth out of a dude. Because all the names he called her, I'm like, did he just start? They just start telling on themselves. He talking about the friend? Oh, really? I would have been like, what? Which friend?
They would have been laughing if she was dark skinned.
You and this colorism you got going. You know, podcast always got to be color and stuff. If you didn't know, now you know. But go ahead.
What are we doing? Why is this young girl moving like that? Where's her dad?
Google a sneaky link, right? A sneaky
You had to
link,
Google that.
I did. Because I wanted a clear definition of what's a sneaky link, okay? And what I found is a sneaky link is anything that's moved under its secretive relationship, which can also be a friends with benefits, meaning we're friends, but we sneakily have an intercourse and nobody knows, okay? And the reason I wanted to point that out, because a lot of people are sneaky links and they don't even know that that's what they are. So you're in a situation where you in a friends with benefits, maybe even a secretive situationship, you're technically a sneaky link.
Congratulations.
So I just wanted to throw that with that, and I got that from the Ghetto Gen X dictionary. The definition to just quite understand it. So it's not always just the help. You know what I'm saying? It is also the friends with benefits. It's also the situationship that's the secretive one. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I had another, just like Marcus, I had an April Fool's joke. This
I
woman
bet you
I
want
used to
kids
date,
though.
not that I know of.
But you wanted kids. You should have been excited.
Yeah, but well, listen, I was much younger. I was like just about to get to I was like in the middle of college, and she had hit me with it was the middle of the night. Now I didn't really realize, how close April Fool's was, but she was acting funny all day, acting distant, acting crazy. She came to the house late at night, and I was at my mom's house, and she was just like, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm pregnant. And me, I'm the type of person that I'm just going to face the music. If it's bad, if I effed up, I just effed up. I'm going to face the music. I'm going to go deal. I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to do all the things. So I was at my mom's house. So I was like, and it was like midnight. It was like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And she's telling me this. And I'm just like, well, I guess I better wake my mom up and tell her that I got another kid. I got a kid coming. And
you said another kid.
Well, I meant had a kid.
heard
But
another too. That's Freudian. That might have been
HG, let us
Freudian.
find out. Let us find
I
out. That
apologize. I
wasn't
misspoke.
no normal
But
slip up, homie.
but no, I was gonna tell my mom right then and there. And if I didn't say that I was gonna do that, she was gonna run that gambit for as long as she could. And this is one thing that I realized. And this is the reason why I advocate for men to be as honest when they feel the need to be. Because the reality is stuff be jacked up, but nobody want to talk about it. Nobody don't want to really just deal with the issue. Nobody want to say directly what's going on. Like sometimes, bro, like it's not warranted all the time, but like this guy out here having sex with this woman. They both know that there's other people that they dealing with, right? And now you got a situation where he don't even like you like that. He having a time of his life dogging you. He don't know he on camera. He don't know that he's having this kind of conversation in a public platform. And for all we know, this could be staged, right?
I don't know. The reason why I say that, because look at this right here. I said the same thing, but who would openly get degraded like that voluntarily on camera? That girl was laughing because I think she really wanted to cry. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't think she ain't trying to cuss him back out. She was just like, you know, like, some people laugh just because to get over the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think she had a response because it hit her. I think she thought she was more to him than just that.
Yeah,
I really
yeah. I
did.
mean, I was
we had
saying
talked
that, yeah, just because it might have been a potentially thing, not saying that it wasn't real, but the reality is that like how you feel about a person and how a person feels about you, you'll never know until like real situations happen, and then the real words is said without the filter. And this dude, like I said, he ain't had no clue supposedly that all this stuff is being recorded and it's on the internet. He's a viral sensation right now. And to think that he said the realest things that he thought to his mind, because basically he did not value her, as you women would say. She did not value her. He just like, hey, I'm busting this thing down until I can't bust it down no more. And I'm gonna say what I want to say because you don't really matter like that.
Well, this is the thing that I was going to say, HD. If it was a different situation, I can agree with you. But I also have to put accountability on her because she knew her position. She knew her role because she was the one that said, my sneaky link, meaning that she knew that it was not a serious relationship and it was just a sexual relationship. So in that regard, even though she may not have thought that he would have responded like that, I don't necessarily think that she should have been shocked because you're going in a situation knowing that what y'all are doing right now is only sexual. So if there's accountability on her part. Now, does that mean that he should have been disrespectful like that? Nah, because the truth of the matter is, even though it was a sneaky link kind of situation, the possibility of pregnancy is there. And he knew he was having sex with her unprotected. So in that regard, he has accountability too. But because she claims like, oh, my sneaky link, that means she knew that it was just a sexual relationship.
But I think that you hit it right on the nail. I think that she should not be surprised if he says he does not want a child. The surprise comes in with the way he was very disrespectful. Nobody should talk to you like that. You understand? I don't care what I am. That you say, hey, we need to have a conversation. That was not the agreement. Our relationship is not like that. She didn't say one bad thing. She didn't degrade him. She didn't do any of those things. Just have a conversation and tell her, I'm not ready to have a kid. Look, that wasn't the agreed. You know what we are. But to sit there and talk down on somebody like that, who, you answer the phone off, hey, because you thought you were going to get some, but then all of a sudden you find out that ain't what she called you for. And all of a sudden she all kind of names. Like,
hey, Marcus, can I address it first before you jump in? All right. So, two things. One, I did address the fact that they both were messing around. That's one thing. Also, you have to understand that, like, you play a game, you could get played. And the reality is She decided to play this game, knowing it was being recorded, and knowing that, listen, when you play games, you're gonna find out stuff that you didn't know was gonna be popping off. And the reality is that also, like, a lot of people, we like to do what's fun, but not actually think about the consequences of those actions. Like, neither one of those people care about the actual worst case scenario. All they care about is the best case scenario, is that they get a potential nut from somebody that's consistent. And I also think that, what's the word I want to say? Both people, I think, I hate sometimes using nuance, but both people had their particular part to play in this, right? And the reality is that if this child gets pregnant, a lot of things are left up to chance. If she want to keep the kid, that's one situation. If he don't want the kid, it's another situation. But I think ultimately, I think that you got to realize that, listen, like, have the real conversation as early and as often as possible, and be real enough to understand that, like, if you're not willing to speak on it, oh no, this is what I want to scratch all that. One thing I think is important in that whole entire clip is that it illustrates what some people have said, that just because women agree to something doesn't mean that's what they really wanted. The reality is, she probably didn't just want a sneaking link, or she thought she wanted it. Then, as she continues to participate in the situation, her feelings begin to change. And then that's when you start realizing, like, shoot, like, the reason why I participate in this thing is because I get a piece of what I want, but I don't actually get the thing that I really want from you. So I'm going to continue to play this game with you in the hopes that I can really get to what I really want. And now nobody wins. You look dumb. Some people will say he looks dumb. And now y'all in this situation making the black community look crazier than a mug, because 9 times out of 10, the white person that's on this clip, if the white person was on this clip, it doesn't go as viral. But because black people's misery, black people's skills and talents is so monetizable, more than likely people are going to have these conversations with black people and put them on camera, put them on Front Street, because it's the easiest thing to put out there for it to go viral.
All right, so yeah, I agree with you. And I just want to say to any young men that find themselves in that situation, do not handle it like that. For a lot of different reasons, but one is, everybody I seen curse the woman out or get mad at her, she has that kid just to spite them and puts them on child support, and then uses that baby as a pawn because she is that upset about that relationship. I've never seen somebody curse them out and it work out the way they wanted. They might have been up in the air about if they was gonna keep the child or not. They keeping it after that. That is they get back from that. Do not do that at all.
I just want to highlight. What are we teaching our daughters? Like, I'm going to the lesson prior to, like, let's get to the lesson prior to the conversation where she calls the dude. The fact that this dude is classified as a sneaky link to her suggests that there's at least one other dude. What are we teaching these young girls?
That's not necessarily true. I don't think that that's true. I think that this is what I'm saying, and this is why I wanted to define what a sneaky link is, okay? It does not mean that you have a man. It just means that you don't have an open relationship, meaning nobody knows about your relationship. He can necessarily be the only person you're having sex with, but because you're not in a committed relationship and you're a secret, you're considered a sneaky link. Does that make sense?
Let's go by the definition Shan wants to go by.
I'm going by the definition that's in the listen.
Most of the time, if there's a sneaky link, there's another person attached.
Person involved.
Yeah, like the.
But she just said on camera that she's not sleeping with anybody else.
Yeah. And he also said to her that she's sleeping. He knows she's sleeping with 6 other dudes.
Don't know that. That's just the what he's just saying.
When did she say she wasn't sleeping with nobody else?
We can only go by what she said on camera. She said, "I'm not sleeping with nobody else." Okay.
Mm-hmm. When did she say that?
So that's the clear context.
I'm saying,
so we
when?
would have to go by your definition But
when he
typically,
said
the
it's not my
relationship-
kid, she's like, you the only person I'm sleeping with. What you mean is you? That's what she said.
That wasn't true. That was a part of the script. That was a part of what she was supposed to be saying to him. In order, he told her if he says he cool
No,
with it,
he
then
said
say
you're
you
gonna
ain't
keep
keeping
it.
it. No, what I'm saying is the dude told her when he answered the phone, if he says he cool with it, say you not gonna keep it. If he say he not cool with it, then go with you're going to keep it, right? So that was a part of what she was saying. That wasn't true to the story.
That he didn't tell her to say that
but
she was
go
the only
use
person
the
he was sleeping
definition
with.
that
I didn't say he did. I'm saying that watch the video back. That
I
was
know,
just a
but I
part of
think
what she was
No,
saying.
that was at the beginning, right before the call. That's exactly what he said. But
Right. Oh,
let's just say let's just say
listen.
they're sneaking around like
No,
there's no other
Dan, let
person.
him finish. Let him finish. He didn't
But
finish.
I'm going to let him finish. But
So
I want
let's
to
go ahead.
I just want to clarify that all I was saying was she clearly said he was the only person she was sleeping with. That's the only thing I said. Okay.
Okay, let's just, for the sake of it, say that that's the only person she's sleeping with, and she's having to do it on the down low for whatever reason. Let's say the guy is ugly. I don't fucking know, right? And he has that good D, and that's why he's her sneaky link, right? What is she being taught at home to have to do this? Why is she behaving this way? Like, I'm going to the before the call. I understand, like, I've never had a joke like that played on me, and I would lose every time because I would not have said what Marcus suggested, which is the best way to handle it. I'm probably gonna react the way dude reacted. But prior to that, why is she behaving that way? What is she being taught at home? Is there a man in the picture to help guide her? If there's not a man in the picture, there had to have been a man in the picture in order for her to be here. Why is her mom and her dad not together to get these things right? This shows everything that's wrong in our community in this one little clip. I didn't blame the woman, and I'm not blaming the dad for not being there. What I'm saying is something was broken in the process for her to even have a sneaky link. And that puzzles me. Like, we celebrate this shit. We got a song called the Booty Hole Brown shit. Like, we celebrate this nonsense, and it just doesn't make sense. Anyway.
My point in saying this is what you're not understanding, I'm trying to say, AP, is a lot of women are sneaky links. That is our generation. If you are friends with benefits and you are discreet, that's a sneaky link. You understand? If you are in a situationship and you're not committed to this dude, whether you're trying to get him or not, because you're taking him serious, you are a sneaky link. If he's not taking you serious and you are just a placeholder and he just come at your house at 9:00 at night and he ain't taking you out in public, you might not think you are, but that's what you are. You are a sneaky link.
I went by your definition.
No, what I'm saying to you, what I was just saying is I'm clarifying because it makes it seem like it's just women who are, oh, I know I'm sleeping around. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to tell you that that's expanded to maybe you're not sleeping around. Because some people don't know they're a sneaky link and they are. Maybe you're not sleeping around, but if he only coming at your house at 9:00 at night and he ain't taking you nowhere, even if you just sleeping with him, you are a sneaky link. For whatever reason, he does not want to be seen with you in public. He does not want to commit to you. He does not want to do any of these things with you, right? Whether you're a placeholder, you're just a fun time right now, you are a sneaky link. You could be the best girlfriend to him undercover, all you want to, but that's just what you are.
Yeah, but she's the one who called him her sneaky link at the beginning of the video. That's all I'm saying. Right. It was she knew what it was. So that's not the question. So we got to get to the point to where this shit isn't normal.
But it's very normal. That's why it's only if you look at our marriage rates, it's normal. It's men out here saying I'm single, and sleeping a bitch every night. That's normal. It's more normal in our community than being married. It's the majority.
So
I'm saying we need
AP, do you really expect for women to stay virgins before they marriage? Before they married?
I don't.
Well, I
But
don't understand your take.
but I also believe that a woman shouldn't just give it to anybody either. I don't think a woman should be running around saying this dude is my sneaky link. Like that is basically just throwing you might as well put your pee out on IG and say come get it. Like
no, you can't say that, man. I was trying.
Why can't I say that? I just said it
because it's reaching, man. Like you don't have enough information, right, to be able to expand that deeply into what's going on in this particular girl's life. You don't have enough information. Sneaky link is just a term for somebody that you mess with and don't nobody supposed to know about. It ain't everybody.
Right. It means it's not serious. Like,
Absolutely.
That's exactly what it means. It means it's not serious.
Absolutely. So if you don't
Right?
expect
Right?
for girls,
that means she's
so
not.
if you don't expect for women to be virgins before marriage, that means they're going to have
and I also
non-serious consensual sex.
What was the rest of what I said? They shouldn't have sneaky links. Like if you're gonna be, no, I don't expect women to be virgins necessarily. I think that's the best way to go, but that's an unreasonable ask in the current Western society, right? Right. But I also believe that women shouldn't be running around just being all loose with their vagina, either just throwing it at anybody. The suggestion of a sneaky link means nobody knows about it, and we're not serious like that.
Absolutely.
Just by that suggestion, that means you're kind of loosely throwing it around because you're not looking for anything serious.
Okay, but you're helping. But when you say this, and this the thing that is drawing the straw out of my the sugar out of my Kool-Aid is because you are.
I was like, what?
No, you are, because this is why Shan is making the argument that she's making, right? When she hears that particular part that you're saying right now, it's like, bro, guess what? Okay, this is what they could do. They could meet a guy. The guy could say, I love you, girl. I don't want to be with nobody but you. And they go, oh, okay. And then they give up the ass because they think he's going to be with them forever. And then boom, now he ain't calling no more, right? Or, you know what? It don't matter what you say. I want to sleep with you, so I'm going to sleep with you. You can keep your game to yourself. You will be my sneaky link. If I had to choose between those two girls, I want the latter to be my daughter. If I'm just being honest, I would prefer for my daughter to be the smart person who says, you know what, I'm going to sleep with you because I want to and not because of no dumb shit that you stand out of your mouth. Absolutely. Because I would prefer to have a daughter that understands how the world works and not a naive chick who falls for anything that any nigga says.
That is okay. So that is idiotic. The second part is on the first girl you mentioned. She needs to make him work for it. She needs to send him home to her dad so that he can vet. Like I get it. Men can pull the wool over men's eyes, and I understand men can lie. I get it. Men can lie to other men. But if you do everything in your power to try to prevent that, the likelihood of that happening reduces dramatically. So the fact that you just kind of out here saying, all I want is to
now you're
F
saying
around.
that every woman has to date. But now you're saying
crazy.
that every woman has to date for purpose. That's not.
That is damn right. You're damn right.
It's not logical, AP. It's not logical.
Why is that not logical?
I see
because not.
I understand.
You know why it's not logical? Because look at the marriage rates.
That's why we control that, right?
No, they do.
No, they control sex. We control marriage. If women made men marry them, let's go ahead and say it. If women made men marry them to get sex, men would marry women to get sex. Let us be very, very clear on this, because we will make the adjustment. No matter there's no other way you can spin it. But the fact that they're out here having men be sneaky links and all this other foolishness.
I don't even.
I don't have to do a damn thing except for be available to smash. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to even make a promise. That's silly. That's her throwing her vagina around loosely.
AP,
we are responsible for training our daughters as best we can. Now, do we control what happens when they get older and they become adults? No, I get it.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
I get it.
I know everybody on YouTube think they smarter than me, but AP, listen to what you just said. Please, I'm begging you, Shane. You just said we control access to marriage, and then you said if they made us marry them. I just
Right.
want you to acknowledge.
No. Wait. You're trying to
first.
move context because here's the deal. They control access to
got
sex, right? Right? Do women control access to sex? That is the question. The answer is yes. If women required marriage prior to sex, we would either not marry them and not get sex, or marry them and get sex, which means we control the access to marriage. They're waiting on us to do our part, and we do what we're supposed to do before they give us that sex, right? Because that's ultimately what men want from women. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying about that. Okay, there we go.
You're lying. Like you're mixing truth with falsehoods, but it's your panel, so
We
I
can't
ain't
go
gonna try
on
to
30
convince
minutes
you.
of this.
Like
I don't know what I'm talking about.
We'll let you come back to it.
Crazy. Go ahead.
So I just want to say this, and before I say it, I'm going to preface it by saying I do not endorse, co-sign, promote 304 culture at all.
At all.
But AP, when you said it's idiotic for women to have sneaky links, the reason they opt in for it is plausible deniability. Because men are so body count focused that if nobody knows, you can deny that body doesn't count.
So she's a lying bitch. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not putting that on her. I'm not putting that on her because I don't know that young lady. But I'm saying that is a very likely possibility because a lot of women do move like that. And that's why so many women who are interested in being a little bit more promiscuous but don't want to tarnish their name opt into sneaky links because of the plausible deniability. Go ahead.
Did anybody else want to? Go ahead.
Hold on. I just wanted to say, like, I went back to listen to it, and she did say you are the only one that I was sleeping with. However, that was after, like, when it sounded to me like when he initially asked the question, all right, we're going to play this game or whatever, he was explaining it. He asked her, who are you going to call? Right. And then she was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to call my sneaky link. Now, when I looked at that appearance, it kind of looked like she could have had somebody else in mind, but that's the person who she's going to play the game with. But back to AP's point, the whole, I think it's just the whole mindset around, I think he was honest about what she was to him. And the reason is because she was clearly aware of what her position was, right? Now, did she think he was going to play her like that? I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she was expecting the level of disrespect that came with playing that game, right? But if you are clear about the position and you're claiming that title, then there's a level, in my opinion, I don't think it's right, but I think there's a level of expectation of what that relationship is going to look like. Like, I told y'all this before, like my husband initially, when we were dating, he was open, upfront, and honest. I don't want a relationship. I enjoy the time that we spend together. You cool, but I'm not looking for anything serious. At that point, I had the option to either opt in or opt out, right? But I knew if I opted in, what that meant. I knew that meant that I probably was not going to be the only one, even though I wanted to be his only one. So in that regard, that would fall on me. That will fall on me. And so with the whole sneaky link ideology is that you're okay with being a secret. And I don't think you can necessarily be fooled when you know you're the sneaky link, because the idea is I'm not going to be brought out in public. I know that this is just going to be undercover and we're going to meet up for sex. You know what I'm saying? I'm not expecting the relationship. So when people, like when Shan was saying, well, a lot of people are sneaky links and don't even know it. If the guy is moving in secret and you are identifying the fact that you're a sneaky link, I don't think at that point you're being fooled. You're fully aware of what the situation is, and you go along with it, even if you're expecting different results. I know I did. I thought I could be cool with him enough that I would be okay being in that position. And when I wasn't, I stopped dealing with him because I wasn't okay with it anymore.
Okay, so let me just say this. I'm gonna let you go. What? I'm gonna let because she didn't get to go. Let me just say this. When I said that you're a sneaky link, I was just trying to use a definition because we were putting like it's a generational thing, and that, oh my God, this young girl, she's calling herself a sneaky link. And I'm like, some of you hoes are sneaky links and you don't even know you're sneaky. So that was my point in saying that, okay? Not you guys, but I'm just saying in general. So while you're getting mad at her for calling herself a sneaky link, some of y'all are sneaky links and you're not even calling yourselves that. It's just a different term that new Gen X is using. Maybe we use a different term, okay? That's the reason why I said that. Second, the reason why I heard the conversation she had at the beginning and she was clueless on who to call. I looked at it very different, meaning I don't know who to call. Okay, I'll call my sneaky link. Because I would think that if I had a boyfriend and I'm in a public platform and I'm talking about a pregnancy, I would call my boyfriend. Why would I call a sneaky link? Because now my boyfriend is going to know I have a sneaky link. And then two, like that don't, it's a secret. Like that's just a double whammy. You see what I'm saying? I would prefer to call my boyfriend because at least I know I'm gonna get a positive response from him. It seemed like she was hesitant because, like, damn, I ain't got nobody to call. Oh, you know I do. I got a sneaky link. Let me call them. So I just looked at it totally different than with the way you looked at it. You know.
I'm gonna cry at the end of this show. I'm gonna shed real tears.
You're not allowed to cry, sir. You're not allowed to cry.
All right, my bad.
There's some chicks out here looking at this show like above sneaky link, but yet she got a sneaky link and she don't call her sneaky link, sneaking through the back door, coming out the hour.
On it, Miss
and not necessarily by choice, but because he put her in that position, because he controls commitment. She controls sex. She's already given it to him without the commitment. And so he sneaks on in there. She keeps doing it, you know? So she's technically a sneaky link.
Miss Polly, how do you get pregnant?
Yeah. How did I get pregnant?
No, how do you get pregnant? How does a woman get pregnant?
Why, you know, I have a question. Why you always ask me the most obvious questions? Do you think that's all I can offer?
Because I know you're going to be honest. I trust you. I've been on a panel with you before.
Listen, go ahead.
I know you're going to be honest.
Yes.
I've been on a panel with you before.
You know, how do you get pregnant? Well, you can't get pregnant alone. I'll tell you that. A man has to ejaculate into you. So we're going to say
absolutely. So Miss Polly,
yes,
if I'm going to call somebody and tell them that I'm pregnant by them, what would we have had to have done?
We've had to do some things. Some things have had to happen.
So if I'm going to call and play the pregnancy trick on somebody and I say, I don't know who to call, would that mean I've only been with one person or multiple people?
That means you've had some encounters in the last 30 days that were probably more than one. That's what I said. It must be more encounters. But I do think that I do think that like you were saying before, the idea that like you said, these women are, I'm a sneak link. The word itself, the translation of it, I think is kind of getting turned around. At the end of the day, there are some people who are still considered sneaker links and they are out in public. It's not like, it's just that I don't want to get caught with you by somebody else maybe that I like. It's basically a way to make that distance between you and other people, so that you don't have to claim them when you don't want to. It's basically you're the placeholder. That's the placeholder until I find someone else. We can still do our thing. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Look at me. But when it comes to the little joke or whatever, I've seen that several times over. And really what's weird about that little joke is that you already know the answer. Like they already know the person who is there doesn't really want this child, this situation. And so it's kind of like stupid to call them. So I don't get it. I guess it's like a skit, like you were saying, it's like a skit, but there's no real purpose to this. It's supposed to be for, say shits and giggles, but it's really kind of, it's like a sad thing to watch. Somebody get basically told that they're not worth anything but that moment they had with them. They don't think deeper than that, especially young people. They don't really think deeper than the moment they're in. And so that kind of just shows how sad we are with our youth, that they can't see anything above the moment they're in. That's all they see. And that's all that matters to them.
That's a great point. Podcast. Can you move to the right or left a little bit? Right or left?
What?
Is that? Can you move to the right or left? Other way. Is that Inaz? Did you have a picture of Inaz?
No. Inaz ain't got titties like that, boy. You crazy, boy.
All right.
How
Look at me. I'm trying to make the screen bigger.
So Shan, I don't know if you heard that. I just want to make sure. Are you still standing on the fact that you think that was the only person she ever been with?
I'm just saying. Listen. I'm just saying. I think you need to broaden you when it comes to a sneaky link. I think that Polly said it very well. A placeholder. A person who does not want to. I think we're so stuck on we thinking like, oh, she's a slut. She knows she's a slut. I think Gene uses this word. You are a person he does not want to see. He does not want to commit to. He does not want to be seen with you in public. I think it was his choice. I don't think it was hers. I think that maybe she has feelings for him. I do.
Okay.
Because a lot of times
you're a teacher, right?
What I'm saying, podcast. A lot of times women end up in these situations because they want the man and the man does not want them. Okay. They're hoping he has a change of mind. I can lay it on him. I can ride it real good. And maybe if I keep doing it, that love will grow. He gonna want to be with me. You know what I'm saying? You'll be amazed. This is what women think. A lot of them. Okay. So they'll play the sneaky link role just to, slide on in in hopes that he can into the man of their life.
I was going to say something. Podcast. I want to ask you a question. Podcast. You always ask a question. Man, ask you a question. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to gambling, right? Let's just think about gambling. What is the best way to win something? Is to what? Probably bet on like one thing, or maybe if you had options, bet on 2 or 3 things.
I'm gonna go with 2 or 3 so I can see where you're going.
Okay. Women bet. They bet and hope. If you don't know anything at all, know that hope is a very powerful thing. And women hope. They're an emotion creatures, right? So that just say hope. So if you're a woman in this generation and you're not sure if the body count counts or you're not sure about anything, all you know is that if you put enough feelers out there, you put enough bets in, you might win something. Right? So wouldn't that make sense? Now I say it's the right thing, but wouldn't it make sense for then women to gamble regardless of the losses they take? To gamble the way they're gambling by putting their feelers out there to more than one person, and keyword here, hoping someone sees value in them enough to marry them or value in them enough to be with them. That just makes sense.
Absolutely, which is exactly why I promote whoredom on my channel. I celebrate whores. I don't diminish my man shout out to my man Jay Prince. I don't diminish whores. I celebrate whores. I don't have a problem with whores. They have a great, I'm not joking, I'm not being facetious. They play a role in society. You can live your life. I'm not here to tell nobody nothing. What I want to do, unfortunately, and I have to do this everywhere I go, is I want to make sure that the intellectual standard on these podcasts is up here. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask Miss Taken. Miss Taken, do you think that was the only guy that she was sleeping with based on her own words?
We already established that, so I ain't gonna keep belaboring the issue. But
he wasn't here for it. Shan wasn't here for it. She had walked away.
That's just my.
I'm gonna let Marcus go because he was gonna say something. It sounded like he was gonna be important. But I also want y'all to speak to what Rashada Reeves said about why y'all sleeping with women. Y'all will cuss out if she ends up pregnant, because just like she knew she was in a sneaky leak situation, he was aware of it too. If he knew he didn't want to have a baby with her, then the question becomes, where's the accountability on his end too, by making sure that he had it wrapped up? Because the assumption is if she could even come to him and say that she is pregnant, then that means he was having unprotected sex with her as well.
And I don't remember him saying, what you saying? I wrapped it up. I don't remember.
Right, exactly. So my question is, speaking to that point as well, I would like to hear y'all point of view on that part.
Well, when that girl
podcast had his mouth open for so long, I thought he was frozen. He like
when that girl played that trick on me, I definitely used protection, but I still thought, shit, what if it busted? And I was in the panic mode and figuring out. Yeah. I was in panic mode trying to figure out how can what am I gonna do in this situation and what's my options, and so it's hard shit. You just got to wrap it up. I agree. Like I'm a big proponent of wrap it up. Pinch the tip and roll it down. Make sure you pinch the tip. That's the secret. Clean the condom and discard it. Make sure it's not leaking. And if so, try and get preemptive measures just in case.
You know what's so funny is the sad part about this, that the bigger picture is the fact that they don't even care to say that that's what they're doing. Okay, you have a sneaky link. Why are you telling people? Just keep that shit to yourself. It's sneaky, discreet. Just it ain't got nobody to call. I'm celebrating right now. Something like it's just what gets me is they don't even care that your business is out there. I remember a time when that was supposed to be, I know we play around on here for all fun and games and stuff, but you like why would you even brag about that?
Generational. I think that's extremely generational. This generation believes that you have to live your entire life online. They don't have things that they keep private anymore. And that's for men and women. The boys is out here committing crimes and filming it and talking about who done it and where. The girls is talking about everybody they slept with. You can see a timeline of it. I think it's this generation, for some reason, I don't know how. I remember back in the day when the Patriot Act passed, we were so worried about an invasion of our privacy. Fast forward to right now,
they don't even want privacy.
Yeah, it's an invasion of your publicity to try and have some privacy in this era. It's kind of crazy.
Marcus, but things haven't really changed. Like, take it for somebody that's been around for a few decades, right? It hasn't changed. I can't remember if it was Mistaken or Shan, but one of them spoke to the fact that it's the same game with different words, bro. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Like
ourselves and put it down.
The equivalent of right, we didn't have the internet like that back then, right? So the equivalent of what they doing right now would be the girl that was doing dinos in the school coming into the lunchroom and pretty much advertising that she slept with, you know what I'm saying, loudly, like, yeah, I had a good time with him last night and I'm gonna hit him next week. You know what I'm saying? That would be the equivalent of broadcasting your private information. Like, we still doing the same stuff, but I'm talking about the privacy aspect of it.
But remember this, so I creep. Just keep it on the down low, and nobody else. That's a sneaky link, literally.
No, right? I'm not arguing that sneaky links didn't exist. I'm saying moving so it's not.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that it's the same game. Ain't nothing changed. It's the same game, bro. They just say different stuff. You just shocked me when you said jacking it. I didn't know you.
It's just the art of being discreet has been lost. That's really what it boils down to. The art of being discreet is totally lost.
That part.
Because everybody was still doing the same thing. We didn't hear about it.
Facts.
Yeah, I think it has to do with validation. This whole generation wants to be validated, and so you can get validation that you're beautiful, that you're wanted. Being wanted is so important by this generation that even if it's in a bad way, it doesn't matter. I want everyone to know that everybody thinks I'm the baddest, I'm the best. I slept with 10 guys, but listen, 9 more are going to sleep with me tomorrow because I am just that amazing. The validation, it just keeps going on and on. I think it really has a lot to do with the kids not knowing their value and needing to be validated by others so much. It's so important to them that they keep doing this. And when it's on top of that, it's more like like little star charts. Like, they like to see that they've been validated with 3 stars this week. Okay, so it's like you're really wanting validation For it doesn't matter if it's bad behavior. I still got a guy to like me. I still got a girl to sleep with me. It doesn't matter. I'm being validated that no matter what happens, and the worse it is, like the Christiana and all the worse it is, that means the more they love them. Like, you see how creepy that is? The more that someone treats you like crap, as long as they stay there, that means it's validated that whatever you're doing is working. But it's not.
I bet she ain't leave, old dude. I bet he be like, baby, you know I was just playing. He probably was able to
Right. They gonna
right.
high five in the corner, have sex out in the street. That don't make no sense. Validation.
Don't be like that.
And
90 would have been white.
And that's
So
why.
does anybody want to wrap this up? Because we still haven't gotten to the meat and potatoes, and it is almost 2:00. What does anybody have anything to say so we can move on?
I do. Just one thing real quick. This won't take but a second. I want everybody out there and listening to this podcast to know Beans and AP get into it at least one show when they're on one topic.
Let me move.
What is that?
No, go ahead.
You know it's HD. We've confirmed that already.
No, it was Polly. She muted it. But go ahead.
Look, I just wanted to see what you was going to say.
Beans and AP will get into at least one disagreement whenever they're on a pod together. But I love my brothers.
Absolutely. Love you too, bro. Yeah. Come on. Who wants them Kumbaya podcasts? Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Yes, Marky Mark.
Look at it now.
Oh, okay. All right, let's
I'm
see.
saying
And then we're going to get to the meat and potatoes.
Nas with the $5. He said, salute to my man Nas, big supporter of
Wait,
podcast.
pause. Hold
He
on.
said,
I'm sorry. I mean, it's a little podcast. I like you feeling comfortable, but how you reading that?
what you mean? She put it up. I thought she wanted it read.
Yeah.
She can read it.
I'm just gonna help out. My bad. Excuse the hell out of me.
Do a podcast. Go and read it, brother.
Nah, it's okay. I see what we saying. I'm gonna do a show about you tomorrow for sure.
Marcus usually reads. I'm just saying, you kind of stepping on his toes.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead,
I did read. I forgot about that.
Put my
He
GD
even
in my
remember
pocket.
he reads. Like, it's okay.
No. You know what? I appreciate Miss Taking. She's just trying to make sure I'm speaking. I got you. Nas with the $5. Mona, Shan, Miss Taken, Enas, my twin, Polly, love you, hearts, kisses, podcast, Marcus, HP, HD. I mean AP, HD, love you too. Not in that way. Pause. Podcast. Laugh out loud.
You ain't say it right. Come on, man. Say it right.
Podcast.
Right.
That's what he.
All right. This is, you guys, calls. So this is the meat and potatoes of it. And I kind of want to do a whole show about this, but you know how when things circle in the internet for so long, somebody else to do it. So I just went ahead and did it. You know, this is important to me because it showed. We just talked about. I think HG brought this up earlier, and he was talking about us, you know, putting ourselves out there as an entertainer. You know, when we do stuff like that, it's keeps going because it makes us look bad. Things that make us look bad, like, you know. I can't remember on what point he brought that up on, but it's like everything we do, they emphasize the things that we do bad. And I brought this up because, and when I see the video, it's gonna make sense. I was trying to do a single motherhood stat, and Mistaken knows this. So I Googled percentage of Black women who are childless, right? And all I kept seeing was 70% of Black kids are born out of wedlock, right? And it was just like, and that's not what I asked. I didn't ask about the kids because kids born out of wedlock can be per kid. Sally Mae could have 5 kids, and that's going into the 70%. I wanted to know the percentage of Black women who did not have kids. And I found one study that was published in July of 2023 that stated 44% of Black women who are kid-bearing age do not have children, period. Which means 56% of women have kids. And of that percentage, those kids are born out of wedlock. So 70% of kids, and we all know that when people are married, they have less kids, right? When people are, it seems to be that when people are not married, they have more kids. So obviously, when she has 10 or 7 kids, that's going to go in that 70%. But it makes it look like, because what they do is they emphasize, but 70% of the kids are born out of, because that looks worse than saying, well, 44% of Black women don't even have kids. You understand what I'm saying? And that story continues. You know, then I saw another study. It was like, well, it was like an overwhelming amount of Black women who had kids. And then if you look at the study, it was between the ages of 40 and 44. Well, that's a normal time to have had kids, right? And so I just noticed, and it made me think, like, why do they do that? Like, they always emphasize the negative when it comes to us. Even when we look at stuff when it comes to fatherhood, and you see that article, and it states that, hey, Black men are the most involved fathers, you know, and it's hidden, tucked away under all the old deadbeats and all this kind of stuff. But you got to find that one article that states this. And you see it all the time. It's never the first thing that comes up, the second thing, the third thing. You got to dig in there to see the real stuff when it comes to us. And I just feel like it's a what am I trying to say? It's a strategy. Even when it comes to the music, what about the love songs? Won't you hear that no more? It's the bad stuff, like, oh, guns, going to jail, drugs, blah, 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 blah. You know, love, some in there, some R&B in there somewhere, but it's always the bad stuff that's emphasized. And that, I'm going to go into the video right now, and then I want you to discuss it, okay? Give me 2 seconds.
How did they become so good at this? In your studies, how did white people become so good at the strategy of oppression on many climates? It's not even like, well, we was good at this in Africa, but we don't know how to do it in Mexico. The consistency and the efficacy of their oppressive manners is so prevalent that I find myself ever so often being like, this got to be supernatural. Are they the aliens? Because they're the only life on Earth that doesn't, that the sun doesn't help. Is it cultural?
Some historians like talk about, you know, the Dark Ages in Europe and how there was just so much war. When there's a tremendous amount of war anywhere in the world, what's going to happen is those people are going to develop better technologies to harm each other or to defend themselves. And ironically, that's why when we see all these movies about like pre-modern Europe, it's always about war.
It really is always about war. You just cracked a code.
How did they become so good at this? I mean, they got the whole world thinking they are, all of us. I mean, brown people, some of the smartest people in the world. And they're like, you know, I mean, everybody's like worshiping, and I hate to say this on YouTube. I love, you know, I'm not against white people, but what I'm just saying is, how did it get this way? Like, how much power? Because I'm thinking, I can see a Black man hit a white guy. And if you put a white guy with a Black guy together, he's so much stronger. Not always. You know, it's just like, how are we continually losing this fight? I mean, a lot of races, not just one, a lot. It's weird. It's crazy to me.
The same game has worked since the beginning of them going out and doing what they did in colonization. Is divide and conquer. You take a small amount of forces and you turn people against each other, so they fight. You instigate and stand in between those two people, and then you align yourself with the force of power, and you implement somebody in control of those people. And it's a pyramid, right? The person at the top is controlling those two people under them, and they're extremely good at creating systems. And those systems then get internationally used, and then they do best practices. Like take for instance South Africa. I think they got apartheid from looking at the discrimination in America. Or no, it was Germany. They took what they did with them. One of the, you know, I can't think of it right now, but they use best practices across different groups that they did this with to make sure that they had the most effective version of it, be it apartheid or what they would call like the ghettos in Germany, right? You do that, and you have to be in control of your narrative. One of the things that I always talk about is propaganda and leverage, right? So when you control the means of thought, you essentially control the world, right? Because if you can embed an idea into someone, it becomes inception. And it's like the elephant on the string. The elephant could easily break that string, but once he believes the string is the chain is forever. And we're all like stuck in that wheel. I think I used the example of when you have 10 people in a room that are higher actors standing up and sitting down when the bell beeps, and then you slowly transition all those people out, and as new people come in, they start standing up and sitting down when the bell beeps. When all 10 of those actors are gone, the 10 people that replace them will stand up and sit down when the bell beeps. Because as much as we want to think people are independent thinkers, they're not. They're really not. Most people will go along and get along and are afraid to not conform and want to make sure they fit in with whatever is the status quo. And by doing that, you had this phrase that's coined like the banality of evil. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but it just essentially says that people follow orders to the detriment of anyone if incentivized to, and they won't view themselves as wrong. They'll look at it as they're just following orders so they could place any blame on the person that gave them the orders. You do that and mix it with the pyramid, and you had this whole system.
And I'm not saying
What
I'm saying, and then I want to add to that. I'm not saying start a war. We can all be in harmony. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, even in the mind of how you think of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to just thinking you are beautiful, what's more beautiful than this? Or you doing stuff to down yourself. We literally call each other, we call ourselves bitches and hoes. We call ourselves that. We call ourselves all these bad things. Nobody has to say it for you. You say it about yourself. So how do we get such to the point where it's like
stand up, sit down? It's literally what I just described.
Yeah, he just explained it. And then you know what's so crazy? I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I don't have to answer. I don't have an answer because he took them all. Boy, Marcus, that was the best answer I've ever heard to a question on the podcast ever. And that's not hyperbole.
I appreciate that.
I do. God, bro. That was everything, bro.
Go ahead, Enos.
So I just want to re-emphasize Marcus's point, right? In the video, the gentleman talked about how during the Dark Ages, there was all of this internal war that essentially gave them practice to implement elsewhere. But to what Marcus was saying about leverage and propaganda, there wasn't a war that actually initiated the Dark Ages. It was all leverage and propaganda that led up to the Dark Ages, where people were intentionally burning literature, intentionally following the church and disregarding any other information, not even being able to read the Bible or scripture because it wasn't available to them in a language that they understood, right? So when you program people, they were able to create the perfect storm, which allowed them to practice war internally, right? And I wish you'd missed that point. I know it's a clip, but that human nature is human nature. And the moment you learn how to manipulate it, it doesn't matter what time or culture exists. Human nature doesn't actually change. So you're able to pull the puppet strings the way that you want to. And to what Marcus was saying about perfecting it, it's really just the technique that's been perfected, not the method itself. The formula is still the same. It's just the application just has almost like a recipe, right? It just has little tweaks that change over time, generations over generations, to make it slightly better, slightly more efficient.
Anybody else wanted to add to that?
This reminds me of something.
I did want to add something, but I wanted to tell y'all because my phone is dying. I apologize on 1%. I was out here, so I want to say thank you guys for having me, and I'm sorry I was late. Next time I will.
You can go ahead and say what you wanted to say if you wanted to.
I didn't have a comment on this. I do agree with Marcus that he had a really, really great answer, and it's kind of hard to top that. To be honest with you, he did great. So I don't want to take from that. So, but yeah, I just want to say thank you guys. It's nice seeing you, podcast. Hey guys, whatever. Hey P, and hopefully I can see you guys again. And I'll be listening. I got to go take care of my partners because they're important too. So, thank you guys for having me though.
You found a solution, huh?
She said partners. Oh, she poly.
Wow.
You took the words out of my mouth, Marcus.
Two men.
You know the solution.
I have 3 partners right now.
They all in the house with you?
No. I call one and say good night, and then I'm gonna go with my partner that's here and talk. Hang out with him a little bit before I go to bed and go work. So.
Okay.
Told you, Marcus, it
Yeah.
works.
All right, Miss Polly, we gotta bring you back for our poly conversation, honey.
Okay.
I need to know more. All right. Thank
Yeah,
you for
indeed,
coming.
indeed. Okay.
See ya.
Anytime. Okay, bye.
See you later.
Wait, is your phone dying? I got a quick question for you.
That 1%, that motherfucker like this.
Did you see when we were talking about poly, and what was your
What?
thoughts on that episode?
Oh, she gone.
Man,
Next
that
time we'll
motherfucker
invite her back
tagging
for a
on
poly
one.
discussion. Because I was telling somebody on the Facebook chat that my mom's neighbor, has two men who live. They got a little. It's two white men, a black woman, and they got like a little mixed baby. I don't know who baby that is, but it's three of them, and they be sitting on the porch when I walk.
And I
My
know
mama said,
somebody.
"That ain't my business." My mama said, "It's not my business. I don't know them folks."
AP about to ask us, who raised her?
Okay, but go ahead. Sorry, let's get back on point. Let's get back on the scene.
I know somebody's aunt who's, in essence, she has a husband and a boyfriend, and they are aware of each other. Like they're cool with each other.
I don't see it like that. I see three husbands, one wife. So it's not viewed the same.
Okay then.
Oh, she came back. She came back. She must got a charger.
Oh, you different.
Listen, leave it up to Marcus to keep a poly conversation going.
I did hear the question.
The truth is, Marcus answered the.
I'm sorry, I ran away. What was the question?
All right, did you see the episode we did on poly relationships, and what were your thoughts? What did we miss?
No, I did not.
You didn't see it. We're gonna invite. So be ready. We're gonna invite you back for another poly conversation when it's the other way around, because we would love to hear.
Oh yeah, okay.
Experience. Do I need to grab me some more men? I'm just playing. I wouldn't, but I'm just.
Lord crazy. Lord crazy.
I've never had a testosterone test.
Well, I think there's some different views on it because even in poly, I'm a unicorn in poly. So, since I have more than one male partner, and my partners are actually monogamous men who date me, who is poly. So I don't really date poly men. I've only dated like a handful of poly men ever. So it's a little bit different.
Three men that are not dating other women.
Right. So they're
date
basically they're
Y'all can't
they're heterosexual black males who are for the most part monogamous. Like they have the option to talk to other people, but they either there's no time for them to talk to other people or they don't want to, but they have the option. So it just makes me look like very odd to everyone else, even in poly.
PIMP.
And she found three monogamous men, and women are out here having a hard time finding one.
I don't even understand how that's possible. So one day we'll talk about it. Yes, okay. Okay, now watch them be watching this, because I know one of them watching this. He's probably like, get off the phone, you out of pocket. So I'm gonna go ahead and say good night. But yes, I'll take a look at it though.
All right.
Who makes the final
Do you
decision
know how
out of
hard
all
it is
of
to
y'all?
take care of one man? Man, three?
Who make the final? Like, so is there any oneness the actual? Are
She
you?
gone.
All right, damn. I'm gonna fire off my question. You might look at it. Just think about this. I want to know who is for lack of a better word, the alpha partner in that relationship, or the prime. Well, since you're the primary partner, do you assume the roles of a man in that way, or do you still have the roles, I guess, of a woman? And if so, right? So yeah, front door, back door, mouth. You funny. So
that ain't what I said.
That's what I heard. If not, I apologize. I wasn't
I
trying
meant
to
like
put that.
the front door, protecting the door.
No.
Won't he do it?
That's not what I said.
Only you.
Marcus.
I'm really curious, because the reason I think poly relationships and men work is because the hierarchy can be maintained and it can fall in line. But does it work where all three of them are in charge and then she's underneath that, or is she in charge of all three of them? And how does that relationship work? I got a lot of questions, so I hope she comes. I got a whole lot of
If I
questions.
remember
Okay, back
correctly,
to
she don't spend all the time with. She don't spend time with all three of them at the same time, though. If I
yeah.
remember correctly.
So, all right, if one of them, I guess they
Oh,
got it. Well,
we,
all right,
we,
never
we,
mind.
we,
Yeah, y'all gonna do a show on
invite
it.
her back. So there's no need to ask these questions when she's
Yeah,
not
because
When
she's
she's
not
not
here.
here, yeah,
So
you're right.
let's just table
Let's
it,
go back to
and then when
bashing
she's
white
able to
people.
come
Gotcha.
back, we'll have that conversation. Okay? Maybe I would have visited my mom's house, and I can just persuade old girl, and she don't have to cam up and talk about her my mama's neighbors.
How old are they?
They're not that old. Maybe early 30s.
Life
They
has
got-
changed. Life has changed. It's a
Absolutely.
lot more things that's acceptable now.
But I would say, and I hope that they don't know my face like that. I don't know them like that. And if they ever see this, I would say the guys would probably be like incel, what we can, they're probably
Looks wise, they not. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That makes sense.
they're very. I can tell they're very catering to her. Like I ain't never seen her holding that baby. They always get that baby, and they're always like, I want massaging. It be. I'm like, well, goodness, she got two men catering to her. Okay. And I would have said, oh, one of them's her brother, but she's black and they're white, so that's not it. I try to make an excuse to why this would be going on, and I just can't.
Who highlighted that?
Don't you do it.
When I was listening to
He's trying
what
to
you
take
guys
some
were,
pointers from her.
Oh my God.
All right, so let's go back to the topic. That was
Yes.
that look.
So you were saying white people are the devil. Go ahead.
I didn't say white people are the devil. I did not.
Actually, I thought HD was talking.
I
I
didn't say. Let
was.
me just
Got cut
clarify.
off multiple
If that's
times.
the way it sounds, that's not that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, how do we get to a point where we are putting people above ourselves? We are able to have people dictate how we treat ourselves. We are to the point where we are degrading ourselves in public. We are all of these things, right? And we even look to them as being higher than us. Like, that is crazy to me. Nothing extravagant has gone on in the last few years to make anybody feel like they're higher than you. But then that's how the world looks at them. There are people who are literally bleaching their skin, like peeling their skin, torture to be as close to the likeness of them as possible. And we need to just love yourself. And I'm not saying it's not a knock to, especially this new generation. It's not a knock to them. They can't help it. They were born, and a lot of them haven't done anything to us. But what I'm just trying to say is, for us, how is it that somebody can get in your head where you hate yourself?
I think HD was next.
That's crazy. But go ahead, HD.
I watched a history thing on it was on Netflix or something. It was Robert Wool. He was teaching about history, medieval times, the 100 or 1,000-year war. I think it's a 100-year war. And they were talking about all these different things that was happening in Europe. And eventually he got to America, and that, when it comes to history and like propaganda and stuff like that, the people that control the technology of the day, which was literature, books, and stuff like that, you had a lot of power to create a narrative that people will believe for ages. So there was one segment on his channel, on this thing that I was watching. There was a statement that says, "When the legend becomes fact, print the legend," right? In which a lot of things that we believe and we follow, it's not actually fact. We hear something that's not true, that is a stretched idea that we now follow and believe it as fact, but in reality, it's a legend, it's a myth. And because of that, and because of information and how it reticulates all over the place, right? We all have a similar idea of the same thing that isn't based on the actual fact, and now we run with it, and then we now believe something to be completely true that's actually not. And I think that genetics also plays a really big part in this as well, because Just like how your father, you can maybe never have seen your father do things, or your mother never seen him do anything. You will have habits and thoughts and abilities from your parents that you never seen them do. And I think that as we continue to have gone through life, there were certain habits that have been carried down from generation to generation, and people are subconsciously acting out the very things that they'd never seen before. But since nobody really like pushed up against it as much, it was allowed to carry on at a higher level than what it should have. Now, of course, they had information then and people were fighting against the issues just like they are now. But the reality is that even when it comes to the image of black people don't even like black people. So how do you expect other people to really see black people in a different way when every time we have enjoyed presenting ourselves, we like to present ourselves in such a way that is entertainment to everybody else, but is at our expense. Like the talents that we have, the skills that we have, the things that we obtain. You realize if you just sit there and you just think about it, like nothing is more profitable than black people. And also, even back in the day, in the start of this country, what was probably the most profitable thing to have? Workers. Who were those workers? A lot of black folks. And because of these things continue to just keep adding and adding and adding over the years, now the thing is that people think that they're better than what they actually are because now we believe it, even though it's not true.
So it's a thing called behavioral genomics or genomics. I don't know. You familiar? It's kind of like what was the word? Oh, shit, it just slipped my mind. But pretty much it's discussing what you were saying, like about having behavior that's biologically encoded into our DNA. And I think from my brief grasping of the concept or my brief perusal through it, it made perfect sense because I've bred a dog before, right? And you can breed specifically for genetic markers that give you behavior traits like a prey instinct. In certain pit bulls, the prey or the pull instinct is stronger. Certain types of dogs, they have a tendency to know how to hunt and do XYZ. Some, like, they'll tell you the behavior traits of the dog without you needing to know the dog. Some are protectors, some are farm dogs, some are just specifically for this. You can epigenetics, that was the word. Thanks. You can predict that with people's behavior too. My grandfather used to always tell me, when I look at you, I don't see you. I see a part of your uncle, a part of your great uncle, and your grandfather, not his grandfather, rather. He was like, you see just yourself, but I see all the people that came before you that act just like you, and you have parts of each one of them, and how my genetic makeup came out. So I think that's more than a fair assessment of how these things work. I 100% agree with you, AZ.
You want to know how on point that you are? So I was installing a door for a customer, and he was in the military. I think he was in the Navy. And I'm part Portuguese because of my mom's side, and they come from Cape Verde, right? Or Verde, I think it's Verde, right? And so apparently he was stationed over there, and I didn't know it. And so somehow my ethnicity came up in the question. And I told him, I said, "Oh, actually, I'm part Portuguese." He said, "From where?" I said, "Cape Verde." He said, "You know what? It's funny. I knew that you was Portuguese because how you look and how you operate and how you think is exactly like the people that I've met over there." So mind you, I've never met these people a day in my life. I don't know what they look like. I don't know what they sound like. I don't even know what they dress. Only thing I know is what I Googled, which is a very big port city. It's all about travel. It's off the coast of Africa on the left side, the west side. And I was just like, bro, I don't know nothing about these people for real. But for him to tell me that I am similar and my personality is very similar to people that I have never met, I thought that was some crazy stuff.
Side note, if you single, Massachusetts, Boston, and well, just those two places, they got large Cape and Rhode Island. They got large Cape Verdean populations there. Look up what they look like. You'll probably want to go there if you single.
You said
Just
where?
saying. Massachusetts, Boston, and Rhode Island. They have large Cape Verdean populations. Like they have whole large Cape Verdean populations.
Yeah, my
Look up Cape
mom
Verdean
is from
people,
Connecticut.
and then you'll get an idea what they look like.
So, sorry, were you going to say something? So I really like what you said, HD, about the legend, right? And the mysticism behind some of these things. And I think sometimes when I hear people talk about these conversations, it feels like it's being applied in the wrong places, right? I think one of the things that you mentioned is one of those like legends, mysticisms that only Black people are the ones that don't get along. I am kind of a nerd, so sometimes especially with the Brexit stuff, I'd watch the British Parliament talk to each other. I watch the Irish Parliament talk to each other. They are absolute savages to each other, cussing and all. Asian people have wiped each other out and claimed each other's territory and colonized each other from the beginning of time. The issue is that ours gets publicized while they work to keep theirs quiet. And that's not in and of itself is the leverage and propaganda. It started in Africa. There's all these resources, and how do we get to these resources? We're going to cause a lot of chaos here and get them to hate each other and play favoritism to the people who look more like us because that's more digestible. And if we can get them to believe it, they'll teach it to their children. So we don't even have to put in all the work every generation. We just got to do it with one, maybe two generations, and then they'll do it to themselves, right? And what makes like the internet such a remarkable tool is just take a camera, put it out there. We'll add a like feature so that you get dopamine hits every time you reinforce the things that we teach you about. And then we'll write these algorithms that even if you're not looking for this stuff, it'll seep in and you'll start to interact with it. And the next thing you know, the shade room has more followers than the best of politicians, right? When we talk about how other communities don't get along and how our stuff is so out there and it's so sensationalized, like ask questions about why, right? I think when you dig into it, it's really interesting.
I seen a documentary on warfare of the future, and they said that like human soldiers are no longer what people are investing in technology and resources or the time and money into making better human soldiers. And they said that the majority of the money would be going into understanding how to create narratives and run cyber op programs and things to create narratives and take. So you can cause a coup in a country specifically by turning the people against that leader. So you have to have wars of propaganda and proxy wars, and a lot of research is being put into that. And that's how they said the wars of the future will be fought. It wouldn't be fought for land masses. It will be fought for the prioritization of ideals. So whatever your ideals is, I'm sorry.
You know, and it's so crazy to me because, you know, some of the smartest people are brown people, you know, and we're not talking necessarily in this country, just, you know, in the world. And even they fall victim to, you know, thinking the lighter you are, the better, or the, you know what I'm saying? And even I think it was somebody in the comment who stated, if I had a choice and I woke up tomorrow, I mean, basically, and that's me too. If God said you can wake up tomorrow and be any color you want to be, I'm gonna choose black. I love being a black woman. You feel me? But for whatever reason, we allow everything looks better on somebody else instead of us. And it's so funny because I just looked at the Lapeef chat, right? And it was a white woman who had hips. And so they praise her because she's a white woman with hips. You know what I'm saying? But why can't it's almost like anything, even if it's an imitation, it's like it's better on them, even if it's not even a real thing. It's just better, you know. And that just bothers me that we think that way about each other. It's just sickening almost. so to speak. Does that make sense?
I think that's what conditioning does, though. In general, not just you're speaking from a colonization aspect, but stuff like that occurs in day-to-day relationships, like among families, among boyfriend, girlfriend, where that if you don't have a knowledge of self, you allow somebody else to define who you are. And so because we lack, and I don't just mean Black people, but I think Black people have it harder just on a strength that all of the things that would help you identify who you are, setting that foundation, has literally been stripped away from us and replaced with something different, which makes it very confusing to have a groundwork of identifying that part of you that makes you you. You know what I'm saying? So that I just feel that we deal with something totally different because we can't identify like our background. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that matters, like having a
But
culture.
it's not just, but what I'm saying to you, it's not just Americans, it's Indians, it's all other cultures, it's other nations of people who are under the same type of, it's not, I'm not just talking about African American, I'm talking about
They ran the game. They ran that game everywhere.
Right,
They
that's what
ran
I'm
that game.
saying. That's the colonization
Portuguese to the
aspect
French.
of it. Absolutely. But what I'm saying is Black Americans, we deal with it a little differently because historically our story is different. Because one of the things that, at least in the other cultures, they still have that. They still have their culture. You know what I'm saying? So there is some level of identity that's associated, even if they choose to be like, I want to look more white or whatever, they still have that cultural aspect of who they are intact. Whereas African Americans are different because we don't. Like, I remember seeing something somewhere is that there's a lot of confusion because we don't know where we belong, right? So it's kind of like we could say we're African American because we have, DNA from Africa, but there is no ancestral ties, like where we understand the culture or know the culture or know which tribe we're actually from to really kind of understand certain things. And then here it was like we had no culture. We were given a culture and had to replace the things that made us us. And now I think we just have a hodgepodge of Black Americans that's still just trying to figure it out. And I think that's why we're so lost, and it make us susceptible to being easily influenced.
But I do want to emphasize, when I'm asking the conversation, I'm saying globally, like what type of mind control when you have not only just this country, multiple countries, smart people, multiple falling under the, you understand what I'm saying? That's wow. And sometimes I think, well, if we go back in history and we look at things like the Holocaust and we look at slavery, and sometimes you put in fear in people like, oh my God, I don't want that to happen to my people. Let me just chill and just be cooperative, or, so maybe that has a lot to do with it. Who knows? But it's just, it's crazy to me. And then if you go to what Mistaken was saying, because I do want to hit on that, because we still do it today. Because here we are, individuals who know better, but yet we still listen to music that calls us bitches and hoes. We listen to it. We still bump to it. And we know better. So we still feed into that ourselves. So it's just like, I don't get it. At least y'all do, because I don't listen to it. But and I will say that in the 90s, I think that Black people love being Black in the 90s. Let me tell you, that was a Black decade. You talking about, and people want a little, you remember how they used to have the little African, y'all remember that? The little African, and it was just like you were proud to be, and it was nothing better than being Black. I'm Black and I'm proud. What happened to I'm Black and I'm proud?
The world got smaller, we got separated. the communities are much more spread out now than they ever have been. Even when you go back to the 50s and 60s, and this is where my argument would be, I would say the 50s, 60s, and 70s were much blacker than the 90s. When we're talking about the pride aspect of it, but the more we've been able to travel, the more the community itself has kind of broken apart. So just to answer that question, I know Inas was about to go. I just wanted to chime in on that question.
No, that's perfect. So, Shannon, I wanted to answer your other question about how is it that they get all of these people all around the world to follow suit, right? Follow the game plan. So I'm just going to give a quick example, and again, it's super brief, super overview of Rwanda. 2 tribes living fairly peacefully in the same area. They took the ones that looked closest to them, gave them power, gave them prestige, gave them provision, gave them access to resources, and they stripped it away from the other one. So now you have people who look closer to white, who have everything that you want, right? They have the power, they have the women, they have the education, they have everything, right? So what's that going to do? It causes jealousy, it causes civil unrest, it causes a fight for resources because now this group has nothing and they're battling it out. But what gets ingrained in their minds is like, well, the white people had all the power and everything. And then the people who got it after them were the people who look closest to them. So now what do? I want my children to have everything. So I'm going to do my best to make sure that my children look like that so that they have everything. Then that gets watered down where that's just more beautiful. That's just better looking. And then that gets watered down of like, well, how do you not see that this is? So generation after generation, what was planted there grows into something so fruitful that you forget what the roots of it are. Mm-hmm. So you can't pull it from the root. You're just constantly picking the fruit that it's growing, right? You plant trees just about anywhere where there's soil. So that the recipe is the same because there's not much of the world that wasn't colonized. Mm-hmm. It's the same game plan. They did it in South Africa. They did it in India. They did it in North America. They did it in South America. There's not a place where they haven't done it. They pick the people that look closest to them. They give them everything. Once they want to relinquish their power, they allow those people to fight it out, and then it just starts all over again.
So they're just better at strategizing.
But they've had more practice.
They did it for themselves, right? The Irish weren't considered white until after the First World War. Mm-hmm. They practiced on themselves. They saw how it was done, and they said this works, and they just.
Italians also had an issue as well.
Yeah, they used to have a term called Nina. No Irish need apply, or no Italian need apply up north when they was trying to do like union work, like brickland, all that other good stuff. So I was like, bro, Cass is diabolical.
So, Miss Taken, can you do me a favor? Can you smile real quick? Just give me a smile. Thank you. Inas, can you do me a favor? There we go. Hey, Shan, can you do me one? There we go. Y'all black is beautiful. God damn it. I just wanted to go ahead and say that.
Baby. I'd be like, honey, it's brown skin. Why would you want a pale coloring book, baby? I need some color. Okay.
That black is beautiful. I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to say
that color, and I mean all the types of color, because even white people are not white. It's just diversity is just so beautiful. White is beautiful, brown is beautiful, black is beautiful, all different. You know what I'm saying? Why can't we just all be great together? Why does it have to be all this?
I just want to make one more quick point to my brothers on the panel. It's nice to share a panel with you, brothers. Strong, smart, intelligent brothers. I do appreciate it every week.
You ever heard of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, tell me.
So she could kind of answer that. Well, she has a theory on that, right? And it has to do with genetic survival. I'm just gonna recommend you look into it.
In that case, okay, so we're talking about genetic survival. Would you not think that Black men are the strongest?
And that's the reason why you would need to do that. So, all right, I'll give you an example. Like this, like we talked about this earlier. It's funny how everything ties in. The dude we was talking about earlier, right? Me and Podcast agreed that he needed to separate himself from the other people by something. So the thing he used was money, because he might not be deemed the most attractive. He might not have the most athletic build. He might not have a whole lot of the other things that other men have that he has to compete with. But he has one thing that he can control, and that is finances. So he's gonna play to that strong suit, and that's essentially doing that at a genetic level. When you can't compete with
They
another,
have more resources.
right? So then you can incentivize that your genes, because regardless of how complicated and convoluted life is, every single cell organism, every organism down to a single cell organism, has one biological imperative, and that's to get your DNA into the next generation. And there are so many different ways people go about it, or things, living creatures go about it, down to peacocking your feathers to stand out, growing bigger antlers, hoarding resources, or just being genetically selected. Humans are unique because we have tools and accessories and things that aid in the assistance of pushing for our evolution. And if I was to be honest, I think it kind of perverts it, because naturally the things that say a woman wants to be with a man who has the genetic makeup that she would like, but he's flat broke, and she has to pick between a man that she does not want and does not think needs to have kids with, but he can provide a life that would be sustainable for the kids in a great way. A lot of times people will pick the thing that's more sustainable for the child, and that right there as it perverts the process of natural selection.
So listen, so would
Yeah.
it not be so let's just say, because you have more interracial dating right now, right? And I've always been taught, because I grew up in the 80s, 90s, that a drop of blood is like you Black now. You know what I'm saying? So do you think it'll start that bringing, because more people are interracially dating, you see more of it. So now there are more kids who are well, they don't like to call themselves Black these days, but back in the 90s, they considered themselves Black. But do you think that that'll change a lot? Because it's more often now than I think it was in the past.
I think that's so. If we talked about this before too, when you look at back to the propaganda, right? People emulate relationships they see on TV. They emulate the things that are advertised to them, because again, most people do not create independent thought on their own. They grab and rationalize the thought that's created for them. They leech onto it, and then they fall in line via. It's like going to a Catholic school when you can get uniforms. So you see what a relationship look like. It's people wishing they have a Blueface and Krishan relationship because it's been advertised to them. It's also people who grew up wishing they had Disney relationships because it's advertised to them. When you implant those ideas, especially specifically things like Disney that are put in your mind before the age of reason, is the age of reason is when you're able to critically think about whatever is going on within life and ask questions. If you get an idea implanted in there, it's very hard to shake that idea. So if you look at the relationship dynamic, interracially speaking, it's going to be a specific way right now that I've noticed, at least, and that's going to be a white man and a Black woman. That's a strong push for that right now. It's a very strong push for that.
I got a question to Marcus. Marcus, how do you grow stronger throughout the night? Like, you start off flat at the beginning of the conversation, and then somehow you finish strong, bro. Like, I'm over here dying. How do you do it?
Usually happens after the polygamous conversation comes up, and then he gets
That is true. That is true.
He gets re-energized.
That is true. Because we have it every week. Like, there's a solution for that. Ding. Like,
I ain't here. I had to run somewhere real fast, but I'm sure it was good because I heard y'all laughing.
My man, podcast look like he on World Series of Poker right now.
He definitely is surfing the internet.
You on the
My
podcast?
man look
You
like
on
he just
another
bet like 5,000.
Just proving the point. You know me, I'm always proving the point.
You know,
I'm training myself.
I know that there's nothing we can do about, but I just wish that we could just love ourselves enough to not listen to the music that we're listening to and continuously be the entertainment.
That's not what you want.
Unless it's positive entertainment.
That's gonna mean less money.
For your dignity.
Well, I think that's another reason
less money.
with the society that we live in, the focus to keep us off of each other and improving has been the capitalistic mindset of just prioritizing money over everything.
Money over everything.
Money over everything. So I think that's another reason why it doing that makes you keep your eyes off the real goal, where the real riches are, which is family. Without family, there's nothing, right? And I think that's why as Black people, we suffer a lot because we're trying to, you have people that are in poverty, like we are impacted by those things. And so now our eyes become, I want to get out of poverty. So now it becomes, the focus becomes the money. And then you get money, you want more money. It's like never enough. And I think just in general, as a Westernized society, we say family is important, but we don't behave or move like that's a priority or that it's important. But if you look at what you prioritize, you can see that for us, it is money. So just like Lil Podcast just said, when you said, why can't we, stop listening to music that degraded it, is about the money. So I'm willing to do
Money
anything
is the root of all
for
evil.
the money. So I think that's another aspect to that.
Seen this show. I think they got it on YouTube still. It's called Zeitgeist: The Final Chapter, where they proposed the solution, and they were saying you could use the technology we have now, even the blockchain, to identify everything that's necessary for every human to have, like food and shelter, right? The base necessities. The problem with that is, once you do that, you no longer have the ability to genetically incentivize yourself or force people into positions. Because although we may not be actual enforced servitude, that alarm clock and time acts as the operating metric in which people can force you to do things on. You don't have nobody standing over you with a whip hitting you at 9 a.m. But as soon as that alarm go off, I need to get up and go do XYZ, because if I don't, I won't be able to pay my rent or feed myself. And it's funny how when people be like, time isn't money or money isn't time. And I'm like, we sell our life either by, if you're deemed more valuable, you sell years of your time, a yearly wage or yearly salary. And if you're not deemed as valuable, then you'll sell hourly time. So you pack workers or you doing big work. And it's all situated around that philosophy. Because if you use the Zeitgeist method, they were saying that you can vertically grow things with hydroponics that could have enough like readily available recycled growth of fruits and vegetables that can be on a scale that came out nonstop. So everybody would be able to get food shipped to them. And we can have everything we need. They got 3D printed robots. The resources of the land exist. So you can change those raw materials into actual tangible homes. They literally could fix all these problems. The issue is there is no incentive, and then you can't create a class system, and then it would divert back to actual natural selection. Because if you want to date me and I'm broken, and the other person won't be able to compete based off of that, because we'll all be at an equal financial status, or at least an equal livable status. And in that, you de-incentivize the genetic pre-selection that is needed to occur for someone else to have an advantage over you. It's sometimes I sit back and be like, that's a cold game. That's smart as hell.
Absolutely.
Like when you know what it is, you be like, God damn, that shit is cold.
Absolutely.
I just wish we would have been the one doing it instead of having it done to us.
Boy, you just don't stop, do you? You say everything that needs to be said. Boy, I take it back, man. You are an awesome content creator. Like you
Oh,
get
you
this take and the take when you answer Shan's question. Absolutely, if you don't make those shorts, you're doing yourself a disservice.
But you know what's so funny?
Absolutely.
Real fast. I'm sorry, Enos. What's so funny to? I don't want you to miss your point, but go ahead. Go ahead, because you may be talking about this, and I'll be taking it off. But go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Marcus a question. Do you think that's why colored people time is demonized?
That's deep. Probably because it diverts that system, because it takes you off of there. It's like removing from a monetary system to the barter system, because you operating on your own schedule. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Just like that, I forgot.
Shorts, Marcus.
Now that AD is a mess.
You don't, I will.
Let me think of what I
Girl.
said. So it was something Marcus said. Gosh, I should have just went ahead and said that. Nas is usually better at keeping her thoughts in her head and remembering the name.
Enos, I didn't take you for a woke person. This is a pleasant surprise, man. I'm really.
Oh, this is what I was about to say.
Surprised.
Real fast before I forget. Why do you think that we adapted the concept of the negativity so well, but we won't when it comes to family structure and the things that actually do work very well?
Oh God.
Marcus answered that right out the gate.
Yeah.
That was the beginning. That was pretty much what Marcus answered at the very beginning of this segment. That propaganda is a mofo.
I think it's
they got us to believe. So they got us to believe the worst parts of us are okay. And not even us. I just say the worst parts of humans. And then they have somehow made that a black thing. And then we as black people, of course, we're going to do what we can with what we got. And we made it cool. And like that propaganda killed us. Period. They sold it. They brought us over here. And once we were free, if I'm putting quotation marks around it, right? They sold us this other bill of goods, and we just keep buying this shit. We figured out that we can make some money off of it, and now we're in this true capitalist society. And the messaging.
I also
And the
think,
title of
go ahead.
You'll say the title of why are black people so easily manipulated. I think everything that we cited today is the reason, because if you're either the one that's manipulating or the one that's being manipulated, and we are not doing the manipulating.
So
the world works.
I got a question. No, go ahead.
I was just I think the other part of that too is you continually do what is reinforced. So I think that's the other thing, is that those kind of behaviors are being reinforced and incentivized, so you continue to do it. That was it.
That's a fact. If you think about like music right now, podcasts, when we was growing up, it was, if you was gangbanging, you knew you was gonna be broke from gangbanging and you would have to sell drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can gangbang and get rich from just gangbanging and hurting people and being known for that. You get more clout and money. It's literally incentivized for us to do that. They got face cards in school. I don't know if y'all familiar with it, but if a face card is if they know about your bodies in the hood, and it's they got websites and Instagram accounts and Twitter accounts dedicated to people on different blocks who got the most bodies. And if you kill somebody that's got a face card, then your face card go up. It's a literal game that people playing right now in order for clout and the ability to get money.
I got a question. Do you think that porn has a lot to do with we over sexualizing ourselves?
All right, that's it. Every podcast, y'all want to demonize pornography. Not today.
Listen, the reason why I say that is because I do believe that our family structure has gone down, but I do think that sex has a lot to do with it, because we seem to be the only group that can't get it under control. Or who get it under control, I mean, who let it hinder what their purpose is. You understand what I'm saying? Whether it be family, whether that be just getting your stuff done. Y'all know that. Come on now.
We just,
We have
you know
a
what?
48% marriage rate because the streets are better.
I'm so glad that you find.
We just talked about
tripping.
links. Like, what are y'all saying right now?
Because I don't understand why you think these things are a black problem, because they are
No.
not.
What I'm saying is, blacks are the only people who are allowing it to take them away from the things that are important. It's
That's not
Listen,
true.
that's what I'm saying to you. Even if a white man is cheating on his wife, he's married, he raised his kids in a household where he's married. Yes, all men are men, right? Absolutely. But it doesn't stop them from raising their kids together, being in a family structure, all of those things that are important.
There's a solution.
Okay, Shan, look, I have to say this because, oh my God, stop. We got to stop pushing these narratives, man, because it's just not true.
That's not an issue in our
You can't say that about that. You can't say that. And then at the same time, when I start running down the marriage rates in other communities, when I start running down the percentage of women who work in other communities, all these narratives that we press, they're just not true. White people are married at a rate, I think, of like 54%. Like, white, that's not a lot. Right? I know it's more than half, but it's still not a lot. It's a whole lot of them that's not married. It's a whole lot of white strippers. It's a whole lot of white whores. It's way. Hold on, Shan. Shan, didn't you just see me prove that I could be quiet for a long time? Shan, I promise you, there are way more white porn stars than there are black.
I didn't say that. That's you're changing what I just said.
Hold on, I can interpret.
Wait a minute. I can, because my
Mark,
statements are not indicative of accusing you. I'm not accusing you. I'm just making my own statement. I'm trying to give you information to highlight that the one thing that you are saying is wrong, which is that this is somehow hurting us in a way that it's not hurting other people, because that is incorrect. It just is. Okay. So definitely white people and black people who were the primary residents of this country, we're outnumbered by Hispanics at this point, but definitely it has impacted us a certain way more than it has the other people. But there's a good reason for that. Asians, what is it, 10 million of them here? It's not a whole lot of them. And then the Hispanics, they're immigrants, a lot of them, a vast majority of the older immigrants are still first generation, second generation, right? So they're still coming and holding on to specific traditions, whereas black people and white people are Americanized for real. It's ingrained in us. Whatever America doing, we doing. That's what we own. So I'm saying just that the narrative that is somehow hindering us. Black men are more married than black women, and it's more y'all than it is us. So it's not that. It's just that the way that things are set up, like even to the question, why are black people so easily manipulated? They're not. This took hundreds of years to get us to this point. You see what I'm saying? So we can't push the narrative. We have to stop that. We have to start pointing out, yes, we got a lot of black families. I think 42% of all black hoes have a husband and a wife in them. That's not black people. That's the black households, but that's still good. If 54% of black people being married is good, 42% of black households having two parents that's married is good. I'm taking my W's where I can.
Yeah. I agree with you that we should promote. I try and see the positive in everything to promote the positive. But I think her question was specifically to, because I know how Shan, you correct me if I'm wrong, Shan, but I think she was asking, why aren't we able to have sex and still build skyscrapers, be in finance, be doctors, be lawyers? That's really, I think, what her question was. And
correctly raise your family. Like, it's okay to be like, side chicks have always been around. Porn stars have always been around, but what happened to, we just had a conversation about, people who are just not having kids, or people who the amount of kids who are raised, in separate households. We know that the family is a strong thing, right? And we just said, AP said earlier, if she required him to have sex, he would marry her, right? So sex is an issue.
Oh,
it is.
I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm saying you're saying that it's preventing something. It's not.
It is. It is preventing. It's preventing marriages from taking place. It's preventing it. The AP said it earlier. If women have access to sex, if they would close their legs, more people would be married, right? So it's preventing two-parent households raising kids. Why would a man marry you if he getting it free? If he could just go from if you could be a sneaky link and he can have one over here, you got women who don't even care about, they just undercover. That's a problem. Why would he get married? Why?
Right, but the things that you said were happening, that you said is preventing, Enos, don't leave. I want you to do some more woke stuff. Oh, you're talking about, okay, mistaken.
If y'all don't think sex is an issue, over-sexualization is an issue.
Absolutely, but I'm disagreeing with the take that you're saying is preventing something. It's not. Like, we can still have sex. We can literally still have kids. Like, okay, what percentage of black people do you think are degenerates? Like, what percentage of black people do you think this is just destroying them? I'll give you the 2 million who have backgrounds.
Okay, every day on this channel, and in the manosphere, they say, "Oh, it's your fault because you were raised by a single mother." These single mothers are raising these young men who are feminine and they don't have daddies. Am I right?
You're right, but this is I don't understand, bro. This is exactly what Mistaken was talking about when we talk about prioritizing money. Why are you listening to them? Why does what they say matter at all? Honestly. You know how I know it's their money? Because nobody wants to listen to me because they know I'm broke. And I'm way smarter than all them niggas. I don't say that kind of stupid stuff. It's retarded. It makes absolutely no sense. We as men sleep with women before we marry them and we make babies and then we shame them for it. Where's the logic? There is none. So why would you listen to any nigga that participates in that? It makes no sense.
But that you just proved that statement. Okay, never mind. But go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but you're saying that it's impeding something. It's not. We're making more money. The women are way more educated. The brothers are graduating more.
What are you talking about?
Say that again.
The kids are screwed up. No, but the generations under us are screwed up.
Right. What percentage? I want to hold you accountable to this. Give me a percentage.
Kids do better when they have both parents in their lives, right?
Absolutely.
We
Give me a
talk
percentage
all
of
the
the ones
time
that's
about our kids struggling in school. The
Mhm.
percentage of our kids that are struggling in school. So then you look at the family dynamic. And a lot of those kids who are struggling in school do not have both of their parents in the household.
Absolutely.
Those are facts.
How long has that been going on?
For a minute.
Long time, right? Multiple decades,
But
right?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away the fact that we know that when you have two people who are raising a kid in a house, so the kids do better.
I'm not disagreeing with you. So just follow along with me. I promise I am smart. How long has that been happening? Multiple decades, correct? And yet, average salary for a black man, median income, 50,000. Median income for black women, 46. We doing all right.
Because you're basing it off of money. Sometimes
but I'm
it's about
basing it off of-
mentality, your mental stability.
Absolutely.
So many
All of that
things
matters.
than just money. But go ahead, Enoch.
No. All of that matters. But what I'm trying to tell you is that even through all of this that has been done to us, we are still birthing functional people. I get what you're saying, but we're still lawyers, doctors, entertainers, basketball players, scientists. We're still all of those things. Yes, we have been involved or been forced into an environment where we have less parents married. But still in all, the statistics say that 60% of black fathers share a home with their children. But the problem is that 20, maybe 28% of them aren't married. Got you. I understand that. Do you really need the ring? Do you really need the paperwork? Is that what this is all about? Or can we just be honest and say we've been put through something and we have made the best of it? Better than I think other races would have done up until this point.
So I wanted to answer your questions, Shan, from a totally different angle, right? Kind of to what I was talking about earlier about how the seed gets planted and it goes into the tree and we forget about the roots. The over-sexualization of Black women did not come from us inherently. It came from us. It came from Africans looking at their women as non-sexual objects and as people. And then here come the colonizers and see tail and titties and just cannot control themselves, right? Now comes the fruit of the tree saying, hey, if I don't have my booty cheeks out, if I'm too conservative, right? So it's not an us problem, it's that some people have internalized it. But I still don't think that porn and over-sexualization is still the root cause of the issue. So I was thinking about your question while podcast was talking. I started thinking about the Hispanic community. They are super hypersexualized, from their dance moves to their culture to, you know, how their women are looked at and all sorts of stuff, right? And yet they're still able to have families. So then when you start following the thought process, it goes to what Marcus was talking about earlier about the leverage and propaganda. There is incentive for Black people to not have families here, right? But at the same time, I hear what podcast is saying, and I do have to just slightly disagree that if we don't address the issue that we see in decline now, we risk putting ourselves in a situation where it's so bad where the majority of people will be delinquents instead of just a few of them, right? And so, yes, we're doing okay. We could do a whole lot better as well.
But you think that means we have to get married?
I think that the institution of marriage provides a safety net that is easier to navigate for most people than trying to navigate all of that paperwork to create security on your own for the average person. Now, if you are intelligent and you can manage that, then the institution of marriage may not be for you. But to somebody who may not be as savvy and understand how to provide that level of security for their family, the institution of marriage is the easier path.
So if I put 10 pies in front of you and I said 5 of these pies are poisonous, would you dare eat any one of them?
I would ask you why the pies are poisonous in the first place.
So that means you wouldn't eat them.
No, I'm the type of person to ask questions to get understanding. So why are 5 of the pies poisonous?
Because we poisoned them.
But why?
Because we poisoned them, because we wanted to.
But see, that isn't really an answer, right? And I get where you're going, right? I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I understand where you're going, but the institution of marriage itself is not poisonous. It's what people have done to it. I get the point, right? Why would people take that risk? I get the point. But if we follow that and then 20, 30 years from now, women say it's not worth the risk because all of these men have left them unprotected because they didn't know what paperwork to file, we're back at the same problem again, right? So but this is what I don't understand. Why do we always jump to the man is dead? I didn't say dead.
So
right?
what do you when you say
what
protection? What are you talking about when you say
So I'm saying if there's an injury at work, right? If you were the girlfriend, you don't have the same rights as the hospital, right? You may not be the emergency contact because not everybody remembers to update that, right?
It'll be your mama.
Picking up the kids, right? If you haven't filed the necessary paperwork for the kids to be picked up by the other parent, it's not there. The institution of marriage has been made easy to navigate in terms of like just living through society itself. I'm not saying everybody has to get married. I don't advocate for that. You don't believe in marriage, your person doesn't believe in marriage, y'all do you. It's not for everybody. But demonizing the institution of marriage makes things so much more complicated for people who don't know how to navigate everyday scenarios. When you talk about insurance, when you talk about doctor's visits, when you talk about, certain states have different laws for cohabitation. Like, all of these things are so much more challenging to navigate for your average person.
So I vehemently disagree. There is no paperwork that you can have in a marriage that you cannot have outside of a marriage certificate. You can make people whatever you want them to make, whatever you want to make them. You can have wills, you can have estates, you can have what is it, Marcus, when the person can make a decision over you when you're in the hospital and
Attorney.
Power of attorney.
absolutely, you can do all of that. And as far as picking up kids, I mean, that's why you sign the birth certificate. What I'm saying is marriage is not the answer because we're not ready for that. We're not prepared for that. Emotionally, psychologically, we do not treat each other right. We don't. We don't value each other. We don't see each other in a valuable way. And unfortunately, it's never going to change because it starts with the one demographic of people who refuse under any circumstances to take accountability, and that's women. So that's exactly why I am an individualist. I push individualism. I'm all for it. And I believe that what we can do to better our situation together is start to do business together, real live business together. We got, I think, 64% of all associates, bachelors, masters, and PhDs that go to black people go to black women. You know what that tells me? We got some educated women out here. Let's put that to use. And I don't have nothing to do with sex. See, I would agree with Shan when she says that we are over sexualized, but I don't think it's actually stopping us from doing anything except for practicing business with each other. If we start getting together and start building, 4-5 people here, put something together, get an investment firm going, 10 people over here, 15 people over here, all y'all that's in college together, put your resources together. Take some of that money that you're spending on alcohol and all this other stuff and partying and shoes and purses and put it together. Go buy some property. Start doing business together as individuals and grow to learn to value each other beyond sex. Then I think we'll actually be ready for marriage. But just telling people to go do it, to be doing it just so they could say they married. You know how many people foreclose on their homes every year because they went and bought a home just so they could say I'm not renting? And they weren't actually prepared to deal with a house. I mean, it's just got to be better than that. Shan?
But I think that, okay, so you do things to make sure that your family is stable. It always starts with you and your family first, right? The reason why I say sex does interfere with that is because usually when you are mating, that's your first time. Most people won't even have contact with another person unless it's like, oh, there's an interest there. It could be friendship, it definitely could be business. But when you're having sex freely, just like we saw the young lady get cussed out by the man, right now, that just built a wall to her. She probably hate black men at this point. You understand what I'm saying? Just because of the way she's being treated. Look, you can't tell me what women feel. That's how women, a lot of this hate mad black woman comes because something happened to them. It could be one man who just fucked it up for her. You feel me? And it has to do with sex, because sex means more to women than it does for men. There's an if you do it enough, it's an emotional attachment. And that emotional attachment, we know when women get emotional, it changes everything. So sex does play a role in how, may not be for men, because you guys have a way of detaching yourself from it. Women are quite different when they have sex. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. But you do realize that times have changed. You quote these guys in the manosphere a lot. They keep talking about how weak the men is and how masculine the women are. Women are in their whole bag.
But why are they weak? Because they were raised by their mamas.
Yeah, that's what they say. I don't agree with that statement, but I'm just saying the fact of the matter is that people have changed. I grew up in a generation where all I heard from women every day was, if the men can do it, why can't we? About everything. which includes sleeping around and not having no feelings about it, right? So I'm just saying, some things have
I don't
changed,
think
right?
that they can say it all they want to. It's just your makeup. Women are nurturers. Whether we like it or not, it's a biology thing. It's just what we are. She can be hard because she's done it, and you have a few people, but for the vast majority, women are emotional. There is an attachment. That's why she out there slashing your tires in the middle of the night or going off on you. That's why you were getting the child support. That's why you getting the issues you get because you did something to her. She was so upset. Her emotions got in the way of the child. So she's not even looking at, oh, he could be a great dad. It's for my kid, because she allowed her emotions to take over her. You understand what I'm saying? So women are ran by their emotions. And unfortunately,
don't disagree.
sex ignites emotions. It just
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but do you think there are more tire slashers or more women who can have sex randomly and it not matter?
I think there are more women who say they can have sex randomly, but as soon as that man walk around and get the woman, this woman having sex with a man constantly for 3 months, and as soon as he go grab another chick, you gonna find out really that she wasn't okay with you just smashing her. She done caught feelings, and now she feeling some type of way. Period.
I'm gonna tell you what I believe you're doing. I believe you're looking at who you are and who Enos is, who Mistaken is, and I think you're just qualifying women to that.
I'm looking at listen, have you ever heard women on reels how they like this is a place of hurt, like I don't even care. When did women stop caring? We were born to care. She's not even trying to be herself no more because it hurts to be herself. Women are nurturers. It's women who want to love so bad they willing to throw their kids away. Did you see that one thing when she was like, if the kids was interfering with her love life, so she just gave them away? Like, that's crazy to me. You understand?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like Shan, like we went through the club. You know how many niggas' wives I slept? I'm not even trying to go this route, but it's like and never saw him again. And then wait, I can't. Can I listen?
You just said, let me just say,
clubs, the clubs, Bike Week, Freakniks, man, the lake in Chicago where I'm from, bro. Like all the time, there are literally women getting flued out. Everybody and they mama right now got a Pornhub channel, got a channel on X videos, got a OnlyFans. Like women sleep around and they don't always feel these attachments.
Listen, and you know what it is an interference. If she is out there getting dangling from a man and she ain't watching her kids, that's an interference. That's a problem because she's not able to be the mother she needs to be because she's too busy out here trying to get some penis in her life. That is a problem. Now those kids are fending for themselves because they mama out in the streets or they mama on an OnlyFans with her legs wide open. Like that is a problem.
You said earlier that 46% of black women don't even have no kids.
What I'm saying is, even though my point is over-sexualization.
Absolutely, we all agree.
So what I'm saying, I'm putting you in a situation where there's over-sexualization that are hindering kids and family. Even if you say this woman is married to a man and she's sleeping with somebody else, that sex interfering with her life. She can possibly lose her whole family because she decided to go out to get some extra penis. That's the problem.
I agree. But the point is that what I'm saying is, yes, we go through these things. Everybody goes through different things. Not all women is moving like that. Not all women is hoes. Not all of them are wives. But we have a very diverse, eclectic group of women. And it's a lot of women that's doing really well in life. I know women that been with the same dude for 20, 30 years, never married. I know women that been married for 15, 20 years. I know women that's been married 5, 6 times. I know young women that don't have no kids. They own their house and 2 pit bulls and never been married, right? I know an eclectic group of women is all I'm saying. And the narrative that we always push on these podcasts is that it's something wrong with black people. And that shit just...
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you did, Shan. Please hear me. I'm not accusing you.
I said, do you think sex is playing a role in what is going on? I didn't say anything. I just said black was beautiful. But to say that anything is beautiful, I don't care how great you are. I don't care how perfect you think you are. Everybody's got a flaw. And my question is, Do you think, because I'm black as well, do you think that sexualization, being overly sexualized, sex is getting in the way of our progress, of our family, of our children, us being able to raise our kids in a healthy household?
Okay, when you put it that way, absolutely. But the other things, you have to be able to compartmentalize what I'm saying. I'm not accusing you of saying anything. I'm saying, that's why I said we in these spaces, we all on these panels and on these shows, we always say it like everything is the majority. The worst is always the majority, whatever we talking about, right? And I'm saying that's just not the case. It's some amazing things happening right now.
Absolutely.
It's happening on the individual level, to your point, but that's what I'm saying. Here's what we have always done. When they gave us pig guts, we made chitlins, right? This is what we have always done. So whatever they give us, we take it and we make it into something else. So at this point, guess what they gave us? They gave us individualism. And I'm saying, let's flip it on their head.
So let me
Let's
ask you a
take
question.
that individualism thing and turn it around and make it work for us.
Let
in
me
our
ask you a
benefit.
question. Do you think it's okay that Sexy Red is her pregnant, bending over with her booty out is okay? Do you think that that's okay? That it's a trend that we continuously do that? A lot of our artists, all they talk about is sex. Doing all. Do you think that that's? Would you not agree that that is majority of when it comes to female rappers, which is most popular thing out there around now? That is the one thing that is glorified. Even when it comes to the internet, it's a matter of fact, when you scroll on your timeline, you can go through 5 and probably 1 is talking about sex, right? Would you not agree? So when I say overly sexualized, meaning it's almost like obsessive. You understand? It's like it runs your life, so to speak. It's okay to have it, but it shouldn't run your life. That's
absolutely. Which like I said, we all agree. But so look at this. I wanted to show you this, right? So this is this video that I show on my channel all the time. It's of a couple, white man, black woman, right? So you see, this is 2010 when they were together. They were 17 years old at this point, right? So when you go through the video, you see they was together 2011, 2012, 2013. She graduates from college, 2013. So if you count 2010, 11, 12, 13, they've been together 4 years. She graduated from college. She didn't get married at 18 and become a housewife, right? Okay, let's keep going. 2014, they kicking it. You know, they doing their thing. 2015, they get married. So if you count 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, that's 6 years they were together before they ever got married, right? 6 years. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Now she's pregnant. 2020. They was literally together for 11 years before they had a baby. This is how you build. What do you think they were doing in this time? Just not you, people in general, I'm saying. What do people think they were doing? Do you think they were just having sex? Or do you think they were building? You think they were investing? You think they were learning about accounting and index funds and S&P 500 and owning property and other things? They got together and they built for at least 5 years before they even tied the knot, and then another 5 years before they brought a child into this world. We can do that.
I'm not saying that we can't.
I know you're not. So that's what I'm saying. I hope you realize that I'm actually agreeing with you.
What does that have to do with overly? It seems like she was with the same guy the whole
I'm agreeing with you, which is what I've been trying to get you to realize for the last 17 minutes, is that I'm not disagreeing with you when you're saying that there is a problem with over-sexualization. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am disagreeing with you because I was disagreeing with you on the words that you were saying specifically earlier of the things that it was impeding. Now, when you say, because you said progress and stuff like that, and even when Marcus chimed in, he said like impeding for us being doctors and lawyers. It's not impeding any of those things. But when you I just said Marcus said it. Are you listening to me? I just said Marcus said that, right? So what I'm saying is, Exactly. But when you specifically stated about 5 minutes ago that you were talking about impeding families, I 100% agree with you. And then that's when I made the statement about what we can do to correct that. Right. But it's not just hurrying up and jumping into marriages. That's just going to lead to more divorces. That's just going to lead to more custody battles, more child support, and all of that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not at all what I was saying. I wasn't saying jump into marriage. I'm just saying the obsession, the over sexualization of us. And I use porn because it has this thing where, you know, people are like, oh, I want to experience that because I love how black, you know what I'm saying? So it gives you more options at this point. You know what I'm saying? So those options make you look cloudy. You're like, oh, I want this. It's like a candy, and it takes takes you off of your purpose. It's almost like noise. Right? Because now you got all these women trying to come at you, and guess what? Less time you have to put it towards your purpose, which is to do whatever it is you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I brought porn up, I didn't get a chance to finish my, you know, but that's what I'm saying. The overall sexualization of us as a people is noise to get us off of what's really important. That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you,
you shouldn't be with a woman, and y'all shouldn't be, you know, doing whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
over sexualization, not sex, but over sexualization.
Yeah, like I said, I'm the things I'm bringing up is not suggesting that you're saying anything different. I'm just using them to highlight my point. But I will say this, as it pertains to the kids, absolutely, I think there's too much porn, and I think because they have way too much access to it. I didn't realize it until I was living on the south side of Chicago. And I used to just hear the kids outside my window when I lived on 109th and State. And I used to be listening to it, and they would almost sound like grown folk until I would go look out the window, and I'm like, these is 11-year-old, 12-year-old out here talking about giving head, and that ain't really sex and all this other stuff. Having all kind of stuff on their phone, turning their phone down when they see grown folks walking in the room or whatever. So, yes, I agree with you about the over-sexualization. I'm just saying, as it pertains to professions and being professionals,
oh no, I wasn't.
Our women are making some great strides. Our men are making some great strides. They're not letting sex impede that. But I will agree with you that we are allowing sex to impede families. Absolutely. Because we get together on Tuesday, we pregnant on Friday. And now we at a war. Now we in court.
I don't think it works that way, but
I'm just saying, like, that's an exaggeration, but it's like that's what we do. We don't do what that black woman and that white man did. Let's just be honest.
We don't.
We don't do that.
But in all fairness,
you did, Marcus. Okay, salute to Marcus.
But in all fairness, there are people in relationships for a long, extended period of time and never get to that point. And like I know, when children are involved, children add somewhat of some stress to a relationship.
Absolutely.
And so when you are married, it's a little hard. I mean, you may be a strong-willed man, so you may be like, there's nothing that's going to make me leave. But we know that not all men are built like you. So some men, when the going gets tough, they get a going. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's not going this way. It's easier to leave a situation when there's nothing really there that's gonna, if you say, oh, I can co-parent, we can just do this separately because it's a little easier that way. People don't always take the easier route because maybe they don't have the foundation or the part of you that makes you the person that you are. You understand what I'm saying?
But without disagreeing, think about what you're saying. So you're saying outside of the marriage, it's easier for men to leave.
Oh,
right? But for some reason, inside of the marriage, the women are always leaving.
Well, yeah, they
80%.
I absolutely agree that it's easy to, but so this is the thing about women. To know a woman, she left a long time before she even filed the divorce papers, right?
Absolutely.
And so what usually, and we need to have a whole conversation about divorce because divorces just don't happen because they don't happen. They happen. Divorces happen for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And it can be, oh, nigga, you done slept with this many people on me. Some women aren't intolerant. They don't tolerate that very well. You know what I'm saying? It could be, We just talked about a few of them at the beginning of the thing. I'm doing too much work. I'm doing all of the housework and I'm had half of it. Your situation may be very different than another person's situation. But if you ever just dig deep into why things happen, it's not just because now you got some trifling chicks. They be like, I just don't like him no more. She didn't like him in the beginning. She just wanted to be married. Let's just be clear. But
that's why
right. But that's why that you know. But for the most part, there's usually a reason behind everything. You know what I'm saying? And you never know anybody's story until you put them and you see. And sometimes he was perfect, and maybe she thinks like, dang, I had a perfect one. And maybe she needs to experience life out here in these streets just to realize, to appreciate what she had at home. And usually those women do go back. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. Those things need to be, this is a new day and age. So them old people who got married, what they think is when they come out here in these streets, and they're in the dating market again, is the same way it was in 2002, and it ain't.
I swear to God, it ain't.
They're not even ready for this dating market. And so
At
they
all.
got here like, where's my husband? And they calling him like, you know what I'm saying? And they realize I got divorced for this.
Facts.
What is this? Because the grass is always greener on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Unless there was truly something wrong. And you'll know when there's truly something wrong, when she just won't go back. Like, he did so much damage that she ain't even checking for him. She'd rather go out with that legend, just be single with cats than to be with.
Right, but see, this is what I'm saying. We look. This is why I know like this shit it's not gonna never get fixed, right? But we had a conversation, and that I acknowledge that you acknowledge that sometimes women just be messed up. But here's the truth: that's the majority of the time. The majority of the time, it's not because the dude cheated, none of that. The majority of the time, the women are leaving because they're not where they thought they were going to be. That's it.
I think that.
Absolutely. So I can give you numerical proof, right? Watch this. Shan, according to the manosphere, at what age do black men hit their financial strides?
In their late 30s, 40s.
Okay. So they usually say in their 40s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch this. At what age does the average black woman get married for the first time?
As black woman, almost 50.
No, for the first time. At what age do they get the average black woman get married for the first time?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I do know there is an increase at the age of 50. I did read that.
So according to my research, it's 29 and 30, right? And for the black man, it's 30 and 31. Right, that's the average age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how long does what percentage of black marriages end in divorce? It's like 48%. We just say 50, right? And then women file 80% of the divorces in the black community, right? But now watch this: the median years, the average years for a black marriage is 5.5. So if we get married and you 29 and I'm 30, and we getting divorced when I'm 35 and you 34, you didn't even give me enough time to make it to my financial stride.
So let me just
you didn't even give me enough time to get there.
Let me add on to that. When people get married, let's just say what they've shown, and I could be incorrect, and I'm sure also probably correct me if I'm wrong. When let's just say they're college mates. Those marriages seem to last longer than people who just had no background together, right? Just met each other and, possibly not even on similar paths, okay? Yeah. And there again, I think it has a lot to do with compatibility. Mm-hmm. Again, what you want in your 20s may not necessarily be the same thing that's right for your 30s, because you're thinking with a 20-year-old mind, like, oh, he fine, girl. He ain't got no job, but he fine, Mm-hmm. And you marry him, and you guys have you don't have the same vision. You don't have the same. And this is why it's important for these conversations to take place. When we talk about vision, black people ain't never had these conversations in the past. Come on.
Right.
He was just good looking and he had a job. Yeah. And you were like, okay, let's do this. But now
a job, he had a car.
He had a car. And he had some rims on the car.
I was one of them. I'm trying to tell you.
So now that we are having these conversations, and I would say even when it comes to men, oh yeah, but she slashed my tire, but she in love with me. And now you get a little like, damn, I want peace. She never was peaceful. She was never peaceful.
That was Marcus.
She scratched the whole note on your front lid. She was never peaceful. Okay. So I think we both mature.
Not a whole note.
The whole letter.
Now you think you gonna do me like this and get away with it?
As we age, we figured like that was cool then because we were young minded, but now that we're older, and so if we can just get that information at a younger age and understand like your grown self is not going to want to tolerate that, and we have conversation, and that's where vetting comes into place, because your dad or your mom can say, that's cool, you like her now, but that's gonna be issues like, is this the woman that you want to raise your kids? Is this, you got to ask these kind of questions. We don't even have questions about kids. Like, how do you want to raise your kids? Are we even compatible on that level? You know, what is it going to be? What's the family dynamic going to be like? We are missing out on so many things as it relates to marriage. And I do think that hinders us when we get together. We never ask these questions, kind of like we go on dates. You know, one person might be dating for a 10, the other one might be dating for sex. We never have the conversation. And that's what makes us divide in the end, because it was never had.
Okay, but remember, okay, Marcus.
I'm gonna say we should do a show where we do mock dates and go through the actual questions that people should be asking, so we can figure out what people don't do, so they can have a good.
And we can have the chat telling us, "Bro, that's a horrible question." Or
Yeah. I think that'd be
like,
cool.
hey, how you doing? What's your name? You got kids? No. I mean, listen, I just want to know, do you prefer syrup or jelly? Breakfast on me, baby. What we talking about? So I want to know why it is that Enos, I want to know why you haven't dropped the album lately. No, I want to know I want to know why it is that you don't have like a 10-carat ring on your finger.
I chose wrong a few too many times.
Chose wrong. Good. That's what all the problem. That's an honest answer.
I got to take your word for it, but did you mess up at all outside of the choice? Like, I know the dude might have sucked.
I wasn't perfect. I had to learn, and I've taken the time to grow and be better and not make the same mistakes the second time. So I would choose better each time, but it still wasn't to the caliber that where I am now.
So
we will be expecting a ring very soon.
Absolutely.
I don't know who needs to hear that, but I'm just saying.
I mean, let's just be honest. He probably Mexican.
Just in case he's petty, or something.
What you mean? No.
He hears that.
He's not Mexican.
Why he can't be Mexican?
Did you just say her man is Mexican?
What's wrong with that?
What are all of
Nothing's wrong with it. It's just not for me.
Hold on. So y'all all want provider, ain't gonna cheat niggas. It don't get no better than Mexican. I'm just saying, like, what are we talking about?
I'm Muslim. I'm okay with polygamy. So
first of all,
yeah.
But that's not cheating.
So he gonna be Arab? Okay, cool.
That's not cheating.
Arabs are not the only Muslims out there. Like, they're really not.
Look at your Instagram real quick. Just look at your Instagram real quick.
This better.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Look
Listen,
at your Instagram.
I want to see the Instagram too. Well, send it to me. Marcus, send it to me. Now. Now.
You know he doesn't respond to that.
Come on, Marky Mark. Marky Mark.
All right, let me go ahead and just back on up.
I want to see Marcus.
Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? All right, in order. Pop this bottle.
Did you send it to me too, Marky
Mark? Look, she like let me in.
Podcast and you don't send something to me.
She said, "Cut her in or cut it out."
Marky Mark, you wrong for that.
No, this is what I'm gonna say because I think like this panel, these kind of panels, where it's like my favorite panel, everybody knows this about me. You can Sherelle, ask anybody, Brittany B, they all tell you. My favorite panel is 6 women, 4 men, right? I think that's the best nucleus for a 10-person panel. 6 women, 4 men, right? But as much as I like this show, y'all know I be watching every Friday, and I love participating. This show is selfish.
Did you check your Instagram?
Me?
Yeah.
Did I check it again?
Oh, you
Nope.
just checked it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that was me going through the chest thing.
Oh,
My fault.
No, but I think this. Look, you got Shan, who I don't know what's going on, but she come on every week. Sometimes she try to be fine. Other times she try to look like all scrumpy, like she doing right now. You know what I'm
I
saying?
be tired. Shan has worked all week. Okay.
But she don't put herself out there on the market. You got Enaz. She come on. She look and sound like she from another world, right? Like she's like from a world of like I don't know wherever the hell that Meghan Markle girl was.
Listen, let me just tell you, I'm gonna start being like Inaz and watching these little history channels.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. She like a whole. She like Inaz reminds me of like when it's like one of them space movies and they go to another planet and it's like always the queen is in charge and it's Inaz walking up. Hi, welcome. Welcome to Dash 35943. Please feast, eat, enjoy yourselves before I behead you. Right? but I'm just saying, she's very ethereal. She has this queen-like, you know what I'm saying, stature about herself. Then you have Miss Taken. She come on, she all cute when she's smiling and shit. But she married. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Miss Polly coming on. Right, Miss Polly coming in this motherfucker. She got 3 husbands and shit on some disrespectful ass shit. I'll file a lawsuit on her ass as soon as I figure out how to do it. It's like it's there is where I hate to say it. I know they people always be telling me about Danica Marie. I used to watch her on Facebook a little bit back in the day, but I think that shit is a money grab. I don't really believe her. It's just like, you know, we need the there is no real strong female-led panels where the conversation is mostly geared towards building healthier relationships. It's usually the conversation is about what's wrong, right? So, because Manosphere ain't doing it. Like, we really do need for the women to start having more panels where they talk about what's right and what we can do more. You know what I'm saying? Because I celebrate women on my channel. And I don't care how much slack I get for it. I do. I hold women accountable. I talk about my relationship openly when it's good, when it's bad. So they know I'm not like a simp, but I love women. Women are amazing. And that's how it's supposed to be. The men are supposed to cherish the women. The women are supposed to cherish the men. And right now we got the women too busy doing this shit.
Because that's what gets them attention.
And all that shit. Like they don't allow the men to cherish them. Right. That attention shit is a drug for y'all. It's a
drug.
And that's what I'm saying. Those conversations, you know, like gotta be had because it's some men out here that will love the lint from between your toes. I'm trying to tell you. It's some men out here that still like that. That's the reason why the word simp gets floated around so much, because these guys with the quote unquote manosphere red pill, I don't think they're wrong when they're talking about how things go, how men need to treat themselves, how we may need to conduct ourselves as it pertains to dealing with women. But at the same time, we cannot sling back and forth with each other with hate. That's not going to fix nothing. Right? So y'all just got to keep being amazing and keep having super dope conversations. And if you keep allowing me to be a part of them, I guarantee you the numbers will go up because I'm fly like that. You know what I'm saying? Your boy, babe. Look at her. Look at Shan. Look at Shan, Marcus. See what I'm saying? She ain't supporting you, boy. She don't want to see this black man get up to 79 views.
You right. You gave us 1 view. Tell your girl, tell your partner, thank you, honey.
Nas, come through, baby.
Partner man.
Come through, Nas. Sure, what time it is. My man Nas came through on the support podcast side of the game. My man Marcus be looking out for your boy. But no, I think but to just
we finna not.
I know, but I just want to say, just so you know, I agree with you about the over sexualization part as it pertains to it impeding the families, and then I think right now, like I said, the kids a lot, and then also the fact that everybody is looking at that avenue as a source of income right now. I'm not even gonna lie, I think that's problematic.
And we didn't even discuss, and we've done this on several channels before, and I'm not gonna get into it now. Just even in school, like the conversation, there are probably more young ladies who are not sexually active in the school, at least mine, than are. Okay. And we're talking about middle school, we're talking about high school. So when I say over-sexualization, it's not even just the adults, it's the kids too.
Absolutely.
You know? And so that's an issue.
Absolutely. I blame Enos.
School teacher arrested after caught having relentless rounds of car sex with her student. It's breaking news. Yes.
Again, that's new.
I don't know.
How old was she?
Yay.
How old was she?
I don't know. She looked pretty young.
Am I a hypocrite for celebrating those?
Let me just tell you this. That's the reason why some teachers, you got to remember, some teachers are in the classroom at 21, and you have students as old as 19. You know?
Absolutely.
And so it's just.
Ooh, when I was in college, what's that class they make you take? It's not even a real class. They be teaching you how to be in college. I can't even remember the name of that damn class. But it's like some kind of studies class where they just teaching you how to be in college. And the girl who oversaw that class was 24. And
my cousin got pregnant by our teacher.
She was
She was in high school.
How old was he? Wait, how old was he?
26.
That's
and how old was she?
18.
Oh, that's cool. That's all good.
Yeah.
And my matter of fact, my aunt, my great aunt, married her teacher, my uncle. But that was years ago. Like when I say she's in her 90s now. So it was looked at a little different than it's looked at nowadays. But yeah. But
so
it was in
am
13th grade. They call it 13th grade back in the day.
But Jan, am I hypocritical because I celebrate when I hear about the female teachers sleeping with their students? Like, am I being hypocritical?
Yeah, because that's usually the opposite. You know, men usually date younger but you're starting to see, a change in the but now it's illegal. It doesn't even matter if he's 19 and she's close in age. It's just illegal that he's still in school. Now, if he had graduated, but he's still in school and she, I don't know how old that person is, but that's still illegal. They made it illegal here in Georgia. It's by state. It's illegal here in Georgia. Did y'all know? Look, check this out. I saw a TikTok and I even Googled. Do you know that in a lot of states, there is no marriage age? So you can legally marry a 12-year-old?
Absolutely.
I Googled that.
Absolutely.
It's California. And it was like 2 other ones. Like there's no age limit when it comes to marriage.
Absolutely. We talked about this several times on my channel because I'm always doing those shows. I love those shows because I love to catch people up for their bullshit ass ideologies, right? But absolutely. That I mean, look, that's why to me, I say, yes, I do have a limit. I think 12, 13, 14. I think that's too young. 15, you right on the cusp. 16.
That's
young.
Listen, let me just tell you this. I work
No,
around.
I'm saying like I'm saying no. Listen to what I'm saying.
Please clarify this.
Right. What I'm saying is if you're 12 years old and you having sex, I think that's too young. If you're 13, 14, I think that's too young. Whoever, it don't matter. If you having sex, I think that's too young. 15, it might be okay for you. I think it's by the person. 16, man, get out how you live.
I don't think nobody under 18's like, because this the thing. The law is supposed to, honestly, if they really was to do it right, people wouldn't be able to mess with nobody under 25. Like,
Oh, based
because
on
you're
that
not,
that thing about the
when your brain
yeah.
develops, yeah. Because technically, if you're looking at it as adult, like having more function and being able to take advantage of a child, you don't fully develop as an adult till you around 25.
Mhm.
So
Like
yeah,
you
they
can't, it's some car places won't even let you rent a car until you're 25. And my thing is this.
Absolutely.
Sex comes with consequences. If she's not old enough to handle the consequences of sex, she's too young. That's my same deal with anything. When people say, "Oh, my kid walked down the street to the grocery store," and I'm thinking, if your kid is not old enough to defend themselves, then they shouldn't be alone. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing, I put that same knowledge as it relates to sex. If you're not old enough to handle the consequences of it, then you're not old enough to engage in the deed.
For some reason, I just think it might be. We say men and women are different. I just think it's a little different for boys. I think it can impact them depending on how the relationship goes. Right? We're just talking
You're
about
saying
regular.
it's okay for the boy to be 15 having sex with an older woman.
Absolutely, not 15. I think 15. I'm gonna go 16 though. Yeah, absolutely.
All I know is I raised a 15-year-old, and I wish I would have. You know what I'm saying? 15, like and the reason is maybe you guys are detached from it, but I actually work around these kids, so I get to know them mentally, how they think.
Absolutely.
And it's like, what? You got an attraction to this thought process?
It would have to be. That's why I said it would have to be a healthy situation. It could be no situation where somebody was running game on them or something crazy like that. Like it would have to be something healthy. He's 16, the girl 19, 20. You know what I'm saying? They having a relationship, and guess what? He's a little bit more mature for his age. She can deal with it, and it is what it is. But
the thing is, how would you gauge that? So in order to not have that even run afoul, just set a number that's hopefully everybody above this age should be grown, so they're not getting taken advantage of. Because
you can't even
it's kind of like you gotta
legal in this
yeah
that age. Like, come on, you can't.
Because by 18, you would expect people to be adults, right? And a lot of people aren't. But because I asked that earlier. But hopefully by 18, if you're gonna become an adult, you're an adult by that age, so you can make a good decision.
Well, legally
really,
in Georgia, 16 is consensual. Okay, so that
Mhm.
person has the right. So if it was an average Joe, 16 is of consensual age, right? I don't know how that works when it goes to older people, but I do know, like when we're talking
17 in Chicago,
and there's a boy who's 17 and he was trying to date a freshman, we will say, no, you cannot do that, my brother. Y'all may be in the same school, but the law will not be on your side if that go down the wrong way. So 16 is the age of consensual now it changes per state, but in our state is 16 years of age. And even then, and I think that's more so of people who are around the same age limit. I don't know what'll happen if an older person, I don't know enough about it that, but yeah.
I'm sure they probably added that for that high school scenario, but I think they should have added that clarification that the child has to be either like if you 16 dating an 18-year-old, they need to be still in school, or you know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure they Romeo and Juliet at that problem.
That's not going to be considered illegal because there are people who homeschool. There are people who go to get GEDs.
Keep the age or whatever it is.
Out of school.
Absolutely.
It's so many different variations variables that can take place in that situation that it's just, you know.
I mean, because technically I could drive a car at 13, but I didn't possess. I really shouldn't probably been driving at 21, honestly, because I did a lot of reckless shit when I was driving the car at 16.
Absolutely.
You don't right. You right. Like I remember I had a student, I'm gonna top it here. Had this guy had his big, and I probably told y'all the story before. I had this big crush on this guy, and we were 13 years old. And fast forward, he ended up taking his mom taught him how to drive. He took his mom's car, and because he's reckless, he knew how to drive, but he decided to speed. And when you're speeding, you can lose control. As an adult, you know it's hard to navigate through that. But as a kid, for sure, you may not be able to. And
absolutely,
he had 3 little kids under the age of 4 in the backseat of his car. He had another kid who was at my school on the passenger side. Fortunately, all 3 kids got thrown from the car, but they survived. The passenger, who was also a friend of mine, got thrown from the car, messed his neck up. Like he moved like this, but he survived. And the only person who had his seatbelt on was the driver. And he ended up passing away because he hit a tree and they had to go get the crow things to get him out.
How old was he? You said
13.
That's messed up, man.
See, and I'll never forget, that was the first death I had ever been like, because you know, when you're from Alabama, you don't hear about deaths like that, especially when it comes to kids. You know, our parents live very long. Like, I still have both of my grandparents. I knew my great grandparents. My great grandmother didn't even die until I was 35. So
that's cool as hell, though.
We had a village, and they lived very, very long lives. Even my great granddaddy lived a long life. But and so when you hear of a child dying, it was like, what? Like, and then something so reckless.
What y'all got in y'all blood?
No, I think it's the city. You know, when you live in a rural area, it's less stress on the body, less pollution.
Yeah.
There's so many things. And then when it comes to even raising kids, less stress because you have a village. Like, I was raised, I always tell people, like, you was raised by your daddy? No, I wasn't raised by one man. I was raised by 4 men. I had both of my great grandparents, my granddaddy, and my daddy. 4 men in my life. You know, it was a village for sure. And we all lived close proximity to each other. It was, you know.
And look at you now.
All in love with me just like my daddy, if you know what I mean. But anyway, it's time to you guys, it is almost 4 o'clock. I get an hour of sleep before I have to proctor the SAT to our future kids who want to go to do great things. And so, ta-ta. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. Pose for the camera.